Get it while it's hot.
And my thing is fixed. Let's go. I was muted. Of course I was. But regardless, V15 and myself are here to bring you the almost end of the party, as we are counting down the days until February 15th and 16th, until the end of the 10th season of this league that we so greatly love. But V, we're drawing towards the finish line. We're getting, down to the nitty gritty, the important matches, the ones that really hold the weight of the season of, if you put in that work, is it really going to matter now, as we are on the cusp of major number 2 of our season. And V, it's a Thursday night. It's Rocket League hour.
Yeah, and really the whole season is banking for these next 2 weeks versus the majority of these rosters. There's so many points up for grabs, and this whole season that we've had, all these weeks, the previous major 1, if eight of these Rising Star teams that we're going to see tonight are going to be making land, are going to be competing. But man, it's been such a long journey. I mean, coming from start of October, finding the teams, it's insane crazy that it's already mid-January. We're done with week play. We're done with Major 1, stepping into this Major 2 that really determines how these many, many months will turn out for all these rosters.
Many months have led up to this time, as Combines October 23rd. That is crazy to think about. That is a long time ago now. We're already into 2025. We saw the turn of the times, and Major number 2, the 16th through the 18th, is on the cusp there, and the 23rd to the 25th is next weekend. This weekend, though, is where we're really gonna, find out who's doing what. And obviously points distribution for Major number 2, which is where we're at, 61 points. That is a lot of points, V, for first place. You're getting a big amount, and some of these teams might need it, because we are going now to take a look at standings, and some of these teams on the bottom half are going to need it. Obviously, 9 through 16 are eliminated. Top 8 qualify for LAN. So if you're in that top 8 on the left side of the screen, you are eligible to compete at that in-person tournament. The thing is, though, if you're in the top 4, V, you have a second life at LAN, and not a lot of people remember that. So if you want to have one more life at that in-person tournament, that is your chance to do it. But teams on the right, they definitely need it. And that brings us to our matchup number 1 on the night, is the Fargo Steelhawks and the Brainerd Victory. In the Swiss stage, the number 8 versus the number 9 seed, the closest it could possibly be, V.
Yeah, and there's just been a track record of previous majors of the 8th seed always just performing. It seems like there's always a team. I think there's back in Rising Star Challenger, Bloomington, who won Major 1 or Major 2 as an 8th seed. Chicago Jungle Rising Star last season, or
season 8,
went on an absolute tear.
Yeah,
to, I think, either make the finals or win the finals.
They did make the final. I think they lost it, but they did make the finals. You're correct.
Yeah, from like the 12th seed or 8th seed, there's some crazy storylines that always develop from who's really feeling themselves on the day and can change how this whole season goes. And I think it really does start with this first matchup between Fargo and Brainerd, who can get off to this hot start, hopefully get a goal difference, set themselves up, because I mean, you can see what a grind is laid out if you get to that 5th round.
Yeah, we're gonna have a long night, as obviously these seeds are ordered correctly. So the higher seeds are on the left, the lower seeds are on the right. You have the 1 versus the 16, that's all the way at the top, 2 versus 15, 3 versus et cetera, all the way down to that 8 versus 9. And remember, Swiss stage, how it works is how you win will determine who you play. If you 3-0, you are going to play another 3-0 team. And that is on, game differential and your record itself. If you win your first series and you 3-0, you're going to play another team that likely 3-0'd or as close to that as possible. Seeding can also make a difference too, but in my eyes, playing Swiss stage is as random as they come. It can be, really grueling. You can have an easy road. You can have a terrible road like you're talking about. That 2-2 round at the end. When we get down to that later tonight, holy mackerel. There are going to be some people who are sick of playing this game because it is going to be a lot of Rocket League to deal with. As that's our bracket. Our opening match, a reminder, Fargo and Brainerd, as these teams have joined up. We are about ready to get the game underway. We just need to go back to us and make our predictions for this series. I myself, I will admit, Rising Star has flown under the radar this season. For me specifically, I have not watched a ton of it. Haven't seen many of the games. I will say, though, that the 8 seed for me holds a lot of weight. You talked about the success that the 8 seed has had in the past in the tournament itself, not even in the Swiss stage. I'm going with the Fargo Steelhawks. I believe in the 8 seed, and best of fives, remember the hold night. I'm going with a sweep in this one.
A big statement of the 8th seed with the full-on sweep.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make quick work of them. That's what we're doing.
You're just hoping for sweeps so that we stay on time. But
definitely, I would say I'm 100% down.
Well, it always seems like something like this, just Game 5, especially when it's deciding. It's so much more fun when there's this showdown going on. But in recent history, these two teams have matched up previously, and not too long ago, just mid-December, and it was a 3-0 sweep for Brainerd, actually.
Really?
So, and it looks like it was pretty handy. It was 3-1, 4-3, 2-1. So I guess actually kind of close. Both teams with their full rosters. So we've seen this matchup, and obviously holidays come by, our players up at the top of their skill level as they are aiming to it. But given the history, I mean, and also my previous Brainerd bias, I think I'll have to predict Brainerd maybe a 3-1 is my guess.
I mean, we're gonna go against each other. That's just how it's gonna go. But match number 1 is about to kick off in our Swiss stage, the opening round of our grueling time, as the game is going to show up here in a second. There it goes, as Fargo versus Brainerd, the 8 versus the 9. You are in a round 1 series. You're happy to be playing Rocket League today. These teams are, I want to say, Zom's going to be really wondering what the end of the day looks like, because you're even if you're in that 2-1 round, I would argue that 2-1 round is as hard as the 2-2 round, just because you're basically running on empty when it comes to how much mental strength you have left. And I think as a result, that's going to play a factor here.
Most definitely.
100%.
I think it's like, and as we see Blasky again, the first goal of the night, kicking off for Fargo. Important first goal. We always want to see teams figure things out, especially early on in the night if it's a grueling setup. Get the offense flowing. But as you mentioned, it's really important to all these matchups. It's so much stress having competed in Swiss before, both of us. Getting to like round 4, round 5, even round 3, every matchup is just so intense, and you want to qualify and you don't want to get eliminated. And most times you don't have experiences like this to be playing this much Rocket League in one sitting. That matters a lot. Most times you're just solo queuing and drop a game or two and it's fine. But everything really matters here. So the teams, I think every team coming in here is going to want to achieve that 3-0 and set themselves up in the best scenario heading into next week.
No, 100%. As I think you're going to want to set yourself up as far as how much confidence you have, and not only that, but also how much your planning goes into this series, but also your whole weekend. Because like this is one weekend, but you have next weekend too, where hey, it really matters next weekend, but this weekend it doesn't. Next weekend doesn't matter at all if you can't make it out of this weekend. So a lot of the weight is definitely on next weekend, but this weekend holds a lot more value than I think a lot of teams are considering, especially ones that are in the top 4 right now. You can easily be bounced, and shout out Bubbly Reaper for creating a lot of those, all of our scenarios that basically give us information on who needs to do what. Both of these teams at 8 and 9 right now basically need to get to next weekend. And so far, Fargo, I think, has understood the assignment.
Yeah, look at them. This demo by J-Bay, the rotation is so smart with low boost, just eliminates the third man, makes it easy for Blasky. 3 goals in 2 minutes is not the start that you want from the victory. And I don't know, I haven't seen much offense at all coming out from this victory side. Their shots are pretty even with Steelhawks, but the quality is just not up to par.
Yeah, I mean, Hose, Shig, and Zoms on the side of Brainerd. I believe a sub for Hose, I know, is a sub. I'm trying to think of what it is. But as looking at rosters, Brainerd's normal 3 is Zoms, Shig, and Hose. So it is not a sub. But Hose at one point, I think, was a sub for another team, then was brought into this Brainerd team. But Brainerd, just taking a look at their record so far on the season, sitting at 7 and 8, kind of at the 5,500 mark. Fargo in a similar spot, 8 and 7. They're positive by literally 1 game. So, I mean, these teams are about as even as they come. They're about middle of the pack as they come. But we've seen teams like we talked about before this match even started. We've seen teams that can figure it out, especially in these big tournaments. Your team from way back in season 8 or whatever it was when you were on Bemidji, I would argue one of the worst league play teams I think I've ever seen in my life. But when it came to the majors, you guys just had that ice, had that ability, and it resulted in you almost getting into a top 8 spot and making play-ins. But that's a big one there. Shig and Zoms were on separate teams last season. Reminder in the grand finals of the of Rising Star, and now they find themselves on the same team and working towards the same goal.
Yeah, two players who have a lot of LAN experience had a long run at last year's LAN, so they know what it takes to get there and how to perform under that pressure. And they'll definitely feel the pressure here as Shig with the reset sets up Zoms, the 2 LAN boys connecting there. And that's a little bit more of the offense, not much of the passing setup, but if you're able to do a flip reset like that and set up your teammates, It's a good sign for things to come.
And we really saw last season specifically, I mean, if you've been following this league for as long as I have, we really saw the storyline of Shig becoming the main character for Duluth last season. He didn't get what he truly wanted, which was obviously winning LAN, and ends up losing to Zoms, but he really has come into his own as kind of the main guy for a lot of the teams he's been on, and now finds himself with Brainerd. He has Zoms in his back pocket. It's like, you got to lean on Zoms a little bit here. Try and make some plays with the guy who you lost to last season. I mean, you would want to almost, use him as sort of that backbone for your team, but 45 seconds. Fargo still hanging on. Obviously went up 3-0 to start this game and open this series. And ever since then, a cool spell has fallen on their side of the field. So 30 seconds to go, V. We'll see if Brainerd can tie us up.
Yeah, Fargo's taking the foot off the gas a bit. They had a lot of this pressure, but now they seem almost content with the 3-goal lead. And now it's dropped down to 1, but that's a huge interception from Blasky. And that should be the nail in the coffin for game 1. A great interception in the middle of the field. Just loosely given away. Hose not jumping up early enough, and great positioning to follow this one through. And restoring some more balance from this Fargo team.
20 seconds now, and and I mean, if you're on the side of the victory, that may be the nail in your first game 1 coffin here, as Fargo just have a little bit more ice when it comes to these ending scenarios. But hold on a minute, Zoms gets 1. 11 seconds to go. J-Bay's touch gets lost in translation, and Zoms catches out the defense. A big miss on the back line from Fargo, and hold on a minute, V15, we still got a shot.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock. I mean, taking back to land, we did see a 0-second goal send it to OT. So Rising Star knows how to have fun with this, but Suki does not want any of that. But could be a chance for Zoms. Kicks it up to Shig. This one's staying up. Post needs to turn on it. Blasky off the backboard. So well done to drop it down. And Fargo Steelhawks taking game 1 here.
Opening win for them. They put up 4 on the board, put up 3 pretty much right away, and then kind of cooled off a bit, and then decided, okay, guys, we got to, actually keep playing because that got hairy really, really quickly. But Fargo able to close it out. Just went up, 3 goals in a row. That's what, 2-0 at 3:45 to go, V? That's a lot of time to kill off. And I can see why the game got close, but at the same time, that's a lot of time for, Brainerd to catch up, and they were not able to do it.
Yeah, and I can see the positives. I'm sure there are positives being viewed from this victory side, that they just felt kind of just passive. I think just the pressure, the goals that came out of the blue for the Seahawks, and they came so quickly that all of a sudden you're down 3-0, and once the victory were able to settle down, run their offense that they want to, show off some of those individual mechanics, some of the placement on their shots. We saw little glimpses of the passing plays that they were applying. So they're finding a little bit more of the groove, but Seahawks are not letting them have it by just intercepting this midfield play, trying to shake things up. But positives obviously from both sides, and I'll still leave the victory of maybe turning around. Maybe it's just because of my prediction, but it's the signs are there, but that's not what you want to see if you're a Brainerd fan at all.
Rut roll. That's a quick one there. 3 seconds in, right off the kickoff, Spooky makes up for his mistake from the end of the last game and is able to get that one on the board in V. I really want to look for themes throughout this night. So far, the theme for me is Fargo just striking early, getting off to a groove as quick as they can in most of these games, and that's fine, but you really need to see the consistency from this Fargo team down the stretch of these games. Otherwise, you're going to have teams with a lot more offensive firepower than the victory, and they're going to be able to come back against you. But let it less than 30 seconds in, and already Fargo up by 1.
Yeah, and looking strong here, forcing a double commit on the back line. And I liked what you mentioned about the offensive power of the teams, and just glancing through the standings. Rising Star is so evenly matched. It's kind of crazy to see the win-loss breakdown where the top 6 teams are separated by 2 wins. It's impressive that there's no real team that has vaulted themselves as the clear favorites heading into this Major 2. And there's a chance for someone to take that, and that's a very important feature. You don't want to just drag your feet, roll yourselves in here. As J-Bay, a great solo play, trying to find a teammate. Oh, Blasky can't get onto it. Buki not expecting that. Tries to kick this one up. Dangerously rolling across the front post here, but another great flick. This time from Zoms. Launches this one towards the net, but Spooky clears the lines so well. And more offensive pressure from the Steelhawks, as this is a big 50 from Blasky. It's just hanging out there. Ball seems to be just sitting on the victory's front post, and Post clears his lines.
3:25. Plenty of time for Brainerd to get going here as they're on the press. Spooky, though, will cut out the midfield. Zoms looking off the backboard, trying to find a pass middle. Hose is there, but J-Bay was hanging in the air to make that touch. Blasky wins that challenge. Now Zoms in a kind of a hairy spot a little bit. Is able to get one touch to his own backboard. Has some help from Shake. Does get over J-Bay. And that's really where Brainerd needs to be good, is on their back line. They can't give Fargo any free goals, because if Fargo's scoring early, you can't be giving them free nets to where, all of a sudden you find yourself down by 3. I think in that first game, Brainerd just really dug themselves too big of a hole, and Fargo was able to capitalize on it way down the clock. And this one halfway over, Brainerd nowhere near tying this game.
Yeah, this ball is just hanging out on the Brainerd defensive end, and I don't really know what they're looking for here. There's a lot of just jumps, these missed touches from the Steelhawks are causing some issue. but there's not much movement of the ball. There's not much movement of like intensive touches towards players on this victory side. I think maybe their play style is a little bit more individually focused. We've seen some great takes from Shig, getting the ball down and trying to generate an opportunity, but that's really hard to do if there's a strong defensive team, especially like this Fargo side, who are intercepting these touches out towards the middle. Like J-Bay, great trap there, has full boost, able to send it towards the middle, but it's just shutting down this offense, and it'll need a moment of brilliance for the victory, and they're just not finding it yet.
And yeah, I mean, really overall, this Brainerd team could benefit from just getting on that offensive half. If they can get out of their half a little quicker, maybe they'll be on the transition a little faster, and then you see the results come in, the shots, the goals, the plays that you can put together. I really think this Brainerd team is better than this 0 that's currently sitting on the scoreboard. And that's due to just, how they did last season overall individually. And if they can put it together in this major, they can get things done. But Fargo, my prediction so far reigning true. Fargo is just inevitable at this point. They can't be stopped.
Now, Pulaski is just everywhere he needs to be. This ball just bounces out to the middle, gets ahead of Zoms, and it's a clean touch to the back post. Shig has no boost to cover it. And yeah, there's nothing really fancy about that play. It's just waiting for the victory to just serve it on a platter out to the middle and tuck it away to double the advantage. And it seems just like the victory had to try so hard to get any sort of shooting chance. And it's not really easy for them. Shig trying to find something towards the middle, towards Zoms, gets the beat, trying to drop this down. Blask off the back wall once again, gets the touch. Hose needs to get something towards the offense because we're approaching 1 minute remaining. Zoms trying to get a shot like he had in game 1, this time intercepted. 2 up for the Fargo side, but Shig has no boost, and that will be 3 for the side of the Fargo Steelhawks.
Fargo really just kind of running away with this game more, on the offensive side, but man, are they giving problems to this Brainerd team on their half, on the transitions, just too fast. And as a result, you want to see this Brainerd team really wake up here, because you don't want to start 0-1 in Swiss, because then you're facing a team that just lost as well. I mean, the series is going to get easier if you lose, but you're going to play teams that are probably going to be more hungry than ever to find wins. There's 36 seconds to go. Fargo is nowhere near losing this game. This one's going to be cleared down into Fargo's half. Spooky, though, full boost, is able to deal with this one pretty easily to the sidewall. Hose's touch gets away from him. J-Bay possesses, and this is what Fargo has done well. Every time they get the ball, they're possessing it. Blasky lining up a double, but shut down by Hose. As Shig will clear with 10 seconds to go. V, it's more than likely over.
Really dominant performance from Fargo here. Even when they're missing the ball, it seems to be working out. As the victory cannot generate this chance. Here's a nice passing play looking for Shig, but again, saved on the line. And Steelhawks leading it 2-0. I think there were some doubts after that game 1 if the victory were going to come out swinging, but within the first 5 seconds off that kickoff goal, Steelhawks restored the advantage and looked like they were never going to give it back up.
And yeah, right off that kick, 3 seconds in, you see Spooky basically knock on the door, ask if anybody's home, and then basically blast the door open with a battering ram. And then the game just stayed like that for a majority of it. I mean, realistically, what can you ask for, if you're this Fargo, or what else can you ask for if you're this Fargo team? Because, not much you can do if you're the victory at this point. They got to find something. They got to figure some aspect of their gameplay out, because right now they're being shut down on offense specifically. And on defense, they're giving up goals that I really don't think they would like to give up.
Yeah, just the ball just never seemed to leave their end. It felt like it seemed like the ball was consistently on the defensive side and forcing them to time and time again get something out, get a boom and clear, get a touch wide. And it could seem like a simple task. Oh, these players at the rising star level, they're strong players and they can clear their lines safely. But if you have to clear your lines like 5-10 times in a row, then you could have situations like we saw in that second goal where the ball doesn't get as much of a launch. You can't find a teammate as early as you want to, and all of a sudden it's a goal. And just putting the ball in that offensive area is what I really think this victory side needs to do to give themselves at least a chance to score something. As we see, Zoms could get a shot there, get the first lead for this victory side, but just sends it too far wide on the far post, and that's gotta hurt. Those are the shots that you need to at least get yourself a chance. This one dangerously cut across the front. Spooky trying to get it into the area, but Shig has boost, or Shig has a clear, no boost. Blasky getting a double touch, important touch here, needed from Zoms, only gets a flick on. Spooky might try to double off the corner, doesn't get it, but centers it for a teammate and cleared the lines by the victory. Now Hose this time up, looking for a shot, Shig looking for the bump. Two players on the Fargo side in the net and able to clear the lines.
This is better so far. I mean, you don't give up one within the first 10 seconds, me. That's a positive, I tell you what. If you're the victory. As a monster pitch by Hose goes off the backboard, Shig chasing a bump. Anyone home? Psalm says no boost. It doesn't make contact, and it all falls apart for the victory as all three players don't get a shot off, and Psalms knows it. Yeah, that cannot happen. As a minute and 15 seconds into this game and another opening win for the Fargo Steelhawks.
Where did that aggression come from? It felt like there was just like the end of game, or the whole entirety of game 2 was just defensive rotation, spin around, clear the lines, and all of a sudden we're sending 3 players up. Maybe that's the answer to the victory you're looking for, but in an even game, I don't know if that's quite the right move. Maybe they're forced into it. Shig putting on something towards the front post, but again, just not on target. Zoms will cut here, gets an important win. JB has no boost. Could Zoms get a touch around here, possibly sending this one, but decides to leave it. Kicked out towards Shig, takes a shot, but Blasky perfectly placed in the net, able to clear it out. Spooky follows this one up past 2 players. Could be a shot for JB, but a weird angle. Doesn't have the power that he needs, and Hose will control this one, flicks it over Blasky. But Spooky intercepts, again, getting that midfield control from the Fargo side, forcing Shig again up into the air, trying to find a touch here to Zoms, flicked out to the left-hand side. Hose gets beats here. Now Blasky with time. Shig doesn't have boost. He could get a flick around here, but a great backflip there to make sure that the victory is staying in it.
And yeah, I mean, overall, this Fargo team just continues to have an answer for this Brainerd attack that keeps just continuing to pound these corners, and I don't know why. They're consistently, just attacking this corner play. I mean, Shig's done this 4 times in a row, and every single time it's been cleared. This time, though, Hose knocks on the door, says hello, and nobody answers. He'll say, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to score on you guys then.
Just a step ahead. Finally, if they would say, if fool me once, fool me twice, they fooled them on the 5th time by going for this corner play. And maybe that's some of the answer. They are looking for a lot more bumps on this back line. I think that's a smart move. We saw that early in game 1 with J-Bay trying to disrupt the defense for the side of the Steelhawks, and maybe the victory are taking pages from their book, make things easier for themselves. But Spooky having none of it, trying to get the flick over the top. Shig with full boost is a dangerous sight, but doesn't quite get it flicked up onto his car. Still gets it over to the corner. Really going for this one around the edge. Hose playing conservatively here. I do like that from the victory. We saw what happened last time when they played too aggressively. It can bite them, but as of right now, it's just hanging out in the defensive area. A lot of 50s coming through, and that one goes up the crossbar and the post. Hose with an important clearance, and man, just out of nowhere, the victory almost getting an advantage here.
And I want to see the victory play with a little bit more confidence when it comes to their back line, because they just continue to get caught in these awkward angles, especially like Hose right here has 100 boost, but Blasky's touch does not go exactly where Hose was thinking. Hose already has 1, does not get enough on that flick to get much done as Blasky and Spooky, and that is not going to be a good day for that last defender as Spooky's able to beat Brainerd to the ball. Zoms once again on his back line, just can't get there in 54 seconds to go. Fargo's 1 game away from winning this one.
That's crazy. The speed there to get the touch there, but I agree, the defense from the victory just seems out of sorts. There's just no one. People are facing their own net as they're driving. They're not really getting the momentum they need. We're seeing another ball sent up to the skies, but Shig doesn't have the boost to follow it up, and now Hose is third man has to get a controlling touch, but doesn't have it under the maximum amount of control they're looking for. Shot towards the net, cleared by Zoms. Important save to keep them in this one, but Blasky is waiting for it. Pose and Spooky combined with a 50. J-Bay having the pace there. Importantly comes out, 25 seconds remaining. Need to find something here for the victory side. A 50 out towards the middle, but Hose is too far away from it, unable to respond. Double demo on the side of the victory. A pinch coming through. Could Hose jump up for this one? Doesn't have the boost. Once again, a big clear from Blasky. And 7 seconds remaining. Shig gets the reset, trying to find something towards the middle, looking for Zoms with the shot.
Oh!
And Zoms finally showing up. An all-important goal there and equalizing this one with 3 seconds remaining. Oh my gosh.
That's the connection I was looking for. Zoms and Shig. Shig once again playing the touch he needs to get done as Shig off the kickoff, shot towards net, 0 second goal, and Fraynard is still alive.
Oh my gosh. I cannot believe that. What a kickoff from Hose, setting up Shig, and Blasky just turned around, not covering that front post as he needs to, and that is an insane turnaround. I do not know how the victory have won this game, but
they pull a rabbit out of their hat. Oh my goodness.
I was going to call it out. I mean, after we saw like 40 seconds remaining, Zoms had 84 points. One of these players who we see who has won Rising Star in the past, just last season, has the point total that he needs to, and all of a sudden just equalizes it with that beautiful shot at the back post. And the kickoff goals always come back to bite teams when you least expect it and give the victory. I mean, if there's ever a time, a wake-up call, that's the sorts.
I mean, that's really what you need as Brainerd's able to get this one done. I mean, that goal with 3 seconds left was clutch, but this kickoff, you're going to be, if Fargo figures out a way to lose this, you're going to look back and wonder what in the world happened as, yeah, endgame stats on your screen. That's a lot of shots from Brainerd. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
That's 13 shots to 6. Brainerd deserved to win that one. They do exactly just that.
Yeah. You look at that score line, you'd say, or stat line, you'd say, oh man, Victory had that one in the bag. It was way closer than it needed to be, but completely different story. They might be getting the shots, but maybe it's another case. I mean, referenced it in game one. It felt like the Steelhawks just took the pedal off the gas once they got into this leading position, and you could see they're just kind of watching Shig go up and get a reset, finding Zoms, just waiting in the net for any shot that comes through, which is a dangerous precedent because we know the individual skill that exists on this Brainerd Victory lineup with Zoms and Shig and the finishing that Hose provides. So you can't just let them do what they want with the ball because they will be able to finish it. And we're seeing some of that individual brilliance here from Shig in the corner, keeping this ball close. Hose now trying to find a teammate, but sends it just a little bit too much pace. J-Bay low boost here. This one kicks out nicely to Blasky. Smartly takes control of it, goes over one, trying to put it in off the backboard, doesn't get it, but Spooky follows. And once again, the Fargo Steelhawks getting off to an early lead.
Yep. And I mean, opening for them as they're able to get this one done. As, I mean, another opening goal. And that's been the issue for me is when will this Brainerd team wake up in the first minute of the game? Because you can't rely on these, opening duels every 3 seconds or every single time in this game. You can't rely on losing the opening duel and then deciding to win the fight at the end of the game. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to find another goal at 3 seconds to go, but maybe they have a little bit of magic left in them. As Zoms once again over another defender as JB's last back will commit his challenge, Spooky as Hose looking infield. Shig is there, gets the dunk, but again, Brainerd, wow, they are pushed up all in this side of the field. They want all the smoke.
The corner.
They want all the smoke. That's JB's going to give it to him 2-0 for Fargo.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, they really were all pushed up there, and it's another one of these fortunate 50s. Just kicked out to J-Bay, doubling the lead. That, yeah, offensive aggression can be a double-edged sword there, and if you cannot find the finish that you need, it really hurts you. And yeah, I agree with your statements about needing to get an early goal for this victory team, because I'm sure that's been a narrative. If we get out to, we cannot let up the first goal, because it's happened every game this series, and it's felt like it's so hard to come back from that lead, just from the way the game can be played. I think we saw in game 2, the Steelhawks were able to hang on to that 1-goal lead really until the end and just force a weird rotation. And speaking of free rotations, where were any defenders from the victory side? They just disappeared. I don't know what's happening.
And yeah, I mean, Brainerd just not able to play much defense here. Overall in this series, they've given up a lot of goals, and I think it could be the death of them if they're not careful.
I think they've been a team that maybe favors their offensive side. I mean, the offensive prowess of all their players is clearly evident, but there's just something that seems off about how they're cycling around, who's going for what, and just the general finishing that's needed. As we see a shot towards the back post, cleared off by Blasky. And getting off to hot start is what they do need to get, especially in this Swiss setup, because, I mean, regardless of anything, these two teams really need to win 3 series today to get to land. You cannot be in a situation where you're hoping for all the teams above you to knock out all the teams below you. Stuff like that really never happens. It's always a chaos that the spring, the second major always brings. But they need to find some answers and answers soon. Slow play here from the victory. Intercepted again by Blaskin in the midfield. Spooky takes this one high. Can they get a touch over it? Once again, off the front post. J-Bay trying to get the hat trick. Doesn't get it this time. And just flying in the net of the victory. And this is the exact opposite space where they need to be seen.
And, I mean, a minute 42, Zomstor's net. Bounce shot. It's going to go in. Minute 39. Another late game comeback is what Brainerd needs to put together. As if they lose this, they will join Des Moines, St. Cloud, and Winnipeg as the teams that have dropped to 0-1. As St. Cloud gets swept by Minneapolis, Winnipeg gets swept by Bloomington, and Burnsville beats Des Moines in 4. So Brainerd, hopefully they don't join Des Moines here as losing in 4, but a minute and 28 seconds still left to go. Zoms again on a late game comeback. What can he get done? A demo comes in, but it's on hose, so Zoms has no help besides Shig. Shig is the last one with any boost. Look in the top right as Zoms will collect 70. But once again, Fargo has an answer on their back line.
Really strong defensive rotation coming through from Fargo. Oh, that was the look that they were looking for. Just too much power on that second touch from Hose. They are showing this offense that they need to. They're putting Fargo on the back foot. They need to keep winning these 50s. That's a beautiful one from Hose. Can they get a touch out to the middle? No. I think Shig was waiting on that one. Big demo by Spooky onto Zoms. This one get just thrown out towards the middle. Need to turn here for Spooky. Gets the touch towards the net. Dangerous. And just Hose is in the wrong positioning. And that could all but do it for the Brainerd victory in round 1.
Yeah. As they're likely going to drop this series and go to 0-1. But I really think that, you know, they can benefit from this series because it's been a close one. You know, we've seen the victory play to, you know, not really their strengths, but they've played to their late game comebacks. It shows they kind of have a little bit of ice. So maybe they can use that in the later rounds, but they're going to have to do it through that 2-1 round if they want to get through this Swiss. There's 20 seconds to go, and we are all but, you know, counting down the seconds of Brainerd as they're probably going to drop this one. The 0-second goal will be all for naught, as even with the possession, they can't get anything through this Fargo defense.
Yeah, really strong defense, strong midfield defending too, intercepting any of these chances that the victory we're looking for, and capitalizing on some of the mistakes, some of the missed touches. I think that's really a strong showing from the Steelhawks as an 8 seed, showing the threat that they will have going into the second round. And for the victory, I mean, they showed signs of some strong offense. It almost feels weird because a lot of the goals that they gave up, I feel like a lot of them were just outrageous.
Silly.
Like, yeah, they were like, no one's back, no one's covering anything. Someone's whiffing on the back line, which in truth, could be a good thing. Maybe if you lose games that are like close and you don't really know why you're losing them, it can cause issues. But I feel like the writing's on the wall into why they were dropping that series. So I'm hopeful they can figure it out and recognize what was going wrong before they head into their the next matchup.
And obviously, the next matchup will, be determined soon, as we're fixing a couple things on the back end to make sure that seeding is correct. But yeah, I mean, this game was pretty darn good, pretty darn close. This series overall was pretty good. We're treated to, a 3-1 victory for the Fargo Seahawks. It was my guess. I did say they were going to win, but I said it was going to be a sweep. I didn't give Brainerd enough credit because they did a pretty darn good job. But yeah, no, that moves them into the 1-0 round, and they'll play another 1-0 team. But we're, I think, working to fix some things. As yeah, I think overall this Brainerd team did the best that they possibly could. As I mean, if you're the victory, you're happy with how you played in the third game, but you're not happy with how you played in the fourth game. I mean, overall, giving up 4, the defense is really what the problem was for me. Is like, you give up a lot of goals, but you're asking too much from your offense. You're asking for just too much from your offense.
Yeah, teams have identities. I think that's what's the best part about playing with a roster, especially throughout this whole long season. I think teams have play styles, players have strengths and weaknesses, and I think, in a grand scheme of Rocket League, I feel like the teams that have that offensive power tend to find a lot more success. But it can be really difficult if you can't have this defense figured out. And that's just what it sounded like the issue was. I think the identity, it feels like, for this victory side is they have a lot of individual skill. They have their style. They look to get balls into the corner and find things out to the middle. But the defense is just kind of all over the place and very hard to rely on, especially when you play against other good teams that can't capitalize. Because the Seahawks were really rapid in countering. Like, there are many scenarios where there are no defenders even in the picture for the victory, or they're getting a clean touch on the third man. They're demoing the third man clearly. I think the way that the Seahawks were able to turn that around was really impressive. And it's dangerous because if this is the 8 seed that can convert this, I mean, think about the 3rd seed, the 2nd seed, the 1st seed, who's able to really have a stronger offense and really take control as an attacking side and really capitalize on the way the victory might play.
Mm-hmm. And a couple of more things coming in. Kind of an upset, I will say. Duluth, the number 12 seed, taking out the number 5 seeded St. Paul Senators in Game 5. So, might I remind you that that was that series. So that was pretty darn close. But taking a look back at this one, kind of how it unfolded. I mean, yeah, it's just the story of scoring first. If you score first, you're likely going to win. Considering, when you put up goals that early in the game, it's like, your defense not only can kind of sit back and relax, but your offense doesn't have to be all in all the time. You only have to worry about that. As I think we're almost finished with all of our scores. Chicago did beat Green Bay as well in 4. That was the 2 seed, obviously Chicago Jungle, so they were expected to win that. And then the rest of those scores I already told you guys about. But if you need more information, go to the sheet in the Discord. If you need to join the Discord, it's linked in the Twitch. But I think current series we're waiting on right now, the number 4 Kansas City Outlaws, and the number 13 Bemidji Lumberjacks have not been reported yet, and I'm waiting on those scores to come in, along with the number 7 Omaha Buffalo and the number 10 Rochester Rhythm. So those 2 series will confirm our round 2 high and low matches, but yeah, we're just, we'll have the updated matchups for you after the break, but just making sure that things are done correctly, as just working on getting our matchups in. And obviously, we can only do so much, V, because teams are still currently playing, trying to get their games in. But yeah,
I think this St. Paul team, that's a roster to watch out for, because they did get first rounded in the previous major as the 5th seed. So I don't know if maybe do they have the clutch factor? Is there an issue of like something about major, the play styles, that might be causing them some troubles? Because I mean, if you're looking at the standings, I mean, they finished the season 11-4. They had the second highest game difference, but they got 0 points in that major one, and that's why they're sitting at the 5th seed. And you take this first matchup against a Duluth Superior side and lose in 5. I don't know if the vibes will be up, but they'll hopefully turn this one around. And shout out to Duluth for shaking things up. But it's too boring when all the best seeds get the first victory. I want to see some.
I agree.
Some chaos.
I do too. I want to see just a little bit of funsies is what I want to see. But I'm just excited to see what we get out of this season overall. As taking a look back at those points, I mean, that's really what their teams are playing for, is the points. You're playing for the ability to get to LAN, and if you can win the points and get there, you have obviously 1 life at LAN no matter what, but you can end up with 2 lives at LAN if you play your cards right this weekend. So yeah, that's the important part, I think, overall, is these teams are playing for not only a LAN spot, but they're playing for the confidence. I think teams that do well at LAN specifically are the ones that come into it with the utmost confidence. And if you're on, if you're on some of these teams that haven't had the greatest season overall so far, you can turn your luck around pretty darn quick if you're able to, gain some confidence in these tournaments, these ones that really matter. That's where you get it done. I think that's how you're gonna, excel as a team. And doing it in Swiss stage is the beginning, because if you can't get it done in Swiss stage, how are you going to get it done in, in the other parts of the tournament? But, yeah, it was a good opening round. I thought it went well. We'll have Swiss round 2 coming up, 1-0. That's going to be fun, as we do not know who's going to play. I have not determined the matchup yet, but I will select it as soon as possible. But me and V need a break, so we're gonna get to a break, and when we come back, Swiss round 2, it's gonna be fun. Don't go anywhere, and the Swiss stage for Rising Star continues in just a tiny moment.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out on the waters every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy, the one to push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave you shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay. We're working on a lot of stuff at the moment. We've got too much to do. Me, I just had V, now I have Night Fang. Night Fang, it's another day of Rocket League. It's Thursday night. It's a blast. It's everything you want it to be. But it's been an interesting night so far. Obviously, we're in Swiss stage. You know, you and I have our Swiss stage on Saturday. Rising Star has their Swiss stage right now, and obviously Challenger tomorrow. But yeah, it's been an interesting night so far. Fargo took the opening series in that 1-0 round, and then this next round, 1-0 series we're gonna be looking at is gonna be a good one.
With everything from the season, Major 1, what's your predictions on this outcome for round 2?
For me, I feel like we're gonna see a couple of upsets, but overall, the matches have kind of turned out how they should have been. I think the one team sneaking in was Rochester. Obviously, they're the 10 seed on top, and then another team, Duluth, the 12 seed on top, taking on the number 1 seeded Bloomington Maulers currently. And these are the matchups for round number 2, 1-0 round on top and 0-1 round on the bottom. If you lose your 0-1 round, obviously Night Fang, you're into, that elimination round, and that's really not where you want to be. You want to be in the 1-1 or the 2-0. You want to be up on top. You don't want to be on the bottom side, because that's where you can get into those, eliminated spots. And I'm telling you just don't want to be there. But yeah, I think the big surprise is St. Paul going down to 0-1, along with Omaha, the 7 seed, going down to 0-1. But
yes,
this match coming up is going to be a good one. The 12 versus the number 1 seed. Remind me who won this series during the season.
All right. Starting regular season, Bloomington won 3-0 against the Superiors. Complete sweep. During Major 1, they were faced in the first round. This time, the Superiors took a game off of them, but they still unfortunately lost 4-1.
Okay.
Hopefully, my prediction on this game is I'm going with the Superiors, because I love seeing an underdog. Every time they face them during regular season Major 1, just unfortunate. Hopefully they can fix their mistakes they were facing during those other games, and they can do it. What's your prediction on this outcome?
My prediction,
everything I told you.
With everything you said, obviously with the record that the Maulers have, I am going to go with the Maulers. I feel like the number 1 seed is inevitable at this point. You're supposed to make it through Swiss. You're supposed to get to that round of 2-0. You're supposed to get to that 3-0 record. You're not supposed to drop games if you're the number 1 seed. You're the best team in the league for a reason. And I feel like if they just play how they normally should, Night Fang, they should win this series realistically, right?
Realistically, yes. And with Bloomington, no, actually, my bad. Superior's already going up 1-0 with only a couple seconds going in. Looking great. Start off with the Superior's going in.
And that was a quick opener, I will say. As Dinger with a double is able to open up the game. As Dinger, Kirby, and Seppi the first. I don't know how this team got put together, but man, are they on a roll so far. It's another shot saved away by Jaws. Saw Jaws win Rising Star last season with T-Jack and Zoms. Now finds himself with Bloomington with the number 1 seed in Rising Star. Has been playing great, obviously, this season, but his team looking to cap it off with a Major 2 playoff visit, because next week, obviously, is really where the story's written, Night Fang. Really where you want to get the work done.
And right now, unfortunately, first missing the open shot right there. But right now, again, the Superior's just constantly on the offense right now. Bloomington's struggling right now, trying to get the ball at least half mid.
Not much they can do. As this Bloomington team just cannot get out of their half. And really, your underdog story, your pick is really reigning true right now. As Seppi gets a demo, Jaws' is last spec. It's a 3-on-1 on Jaws. Kirby lines up a double. That's free. I mean, they're just clipping. I don't care at this point.
And it looks like Superior's learned from their mistakes from the other games and bringing it to Bloomington right now. let's see if Bloomington has the countermeasures to respond to these adjustments they did.
And we'll see if Bloomington is able to make the change, but I think this Superiors team is going to give up one, and that's exactly what they're going to do. As Jaws gets one, and here comes Bloomington, now down by just one. But you can't count them out. 2 goals right away. It doesn't even matter if they're giving up, one there.
Not sure with those goals coming in so early. There's so much time still left.
Yeah, no, we got all day. We literally have all day to tie up this game. So a lot of time for Bloomington, but 1-0 round. The 12 seed finds themselves in the winners round. So they got the work to get here. Now you're facing, your reward, Night Fang, for winning their first series is being the highest seed in the tournament. That's a reward, right?
You could say that, but with their record, it could say it'd be a curse because every time they faced, just never went their way. But as now, hopefully they can break the curse right now and take game 1. Even though there's still half a game still left in there, Bloomington and Maulers are just going at each other right now.
As Dinger will get that touch. And still, a lot of time left. We had 2 minutes to go. 2-1 advantage still for the Superiors. As the lone 12th seed, the team that's not supposed to be here, is gonna do their absolute best to win this series, as this game is pretty opened up pretty close, and I thought it would. You don't get here as a 12 seed if you're not playing some good Rocket League today, and that's what they did. They beat St. Paul in game 5. As this is a 3-0, pretty much a 2-0, as Dinger and Kirby will confirm that 3-1 advantage now for the Superiors as they get that goal right back.
Yeah, and right now, Bloomington's struggling to even start their offense. Defense, they're struggling. They need to find a countermeasure to this playstyle, or it looks like game 1's going to go straight to Superiors right now. It's not going to change. Oh, with Dinger again being right there in the box, stopping the defense from even getting a clear out again. Superiors on the offense, not giving Bloomington time to breathe at all.
Minute 20 to go. Yeah, no. When Bloomington is on defense, they've been struggling. When Duluth is on offense, they have been not struggling. As Sleef Dog will get dunked down off the backboard. Lumity Summers misses contact. Dinger can't get the touch. It's going to go all the way down the field. Ends up being a clear from Lumity Summers. Jaws misses the backboard read. Sleef Dog's shot is wide, and a minute to go, Night Fang, and it's been all Duluth so far. Your predictions reigning true.
Again, everyone loves the underdog story. Again, their curse, I'm going to always say it's a curse. Just, they never won a game against them, but won, even during regular season.
As that shot's going to be blocked by Kirby. Somehow they're able to get out of that. Jaws can't get any jump forward on it. We'll have low boost, leave it for Lumity Summers. It goes off the backboard. Dinger has the clear. Duluth really hasn't had an answer every single time that Bloomington has peppered the backboard. Dinger's touch goes midfield. They don't realize that they have to make contact on the ball. I think it might have been Jaws. Yeah, you got to go for that, my guy. His teammate does not know if he's going to hit it or not, and as a result, Duluth is up by 3 with this game basically pretty much done.
Yeah. With everything being said, with how you're seeing Bloomington face, what adjustments do you think they need to do for them to at least make the scoreline a little bit closer compared to a 1-4? Oh, maybe, again, like you said, Superiors have a countermeasure for everything right now. But what's your thoughts on what they need to adjust?
For Bloomington, score more goals. That's my adjustment. That's all that's really all in the adjustments you need. I mean, if you're them, you need to be putting, the ball in the net a little bit more. As I think if you're going to win this series, you're going to want to find the ball going into the net just a little bit more. And you also can't be giving up 4 goals either. That's a killer too. That's going to be the death of you if you're giving up 4 goals a game. We saw it for Bloomington in the last series. This series, it could be the same exact thing.
That's for sure. But you also got to look at the stats. Just one person shooting 6 from Superior's 4-1 compared to their 7. They're had a 3-shot advantage compared to Maulers. I think they either got to control the ball a little bit more and look out for mid passes and stuff, trying to make space. Because right now, Superior's had an answer for everything.
No, they do. They have everything you could possibly want. Duluth. That's a lot of shots for Dinger. 6 for him, 4 for Seppi. Only 1 for Kirby. He's able to score 2 goals, though, on 1 shot. How about that? You don't see that every day.
Right?
I didn't even know that was... I mean, obviously, I've seen the stat before, but I didn't even know if it was possible.
I didn't even know you can get a shot off.
Yeah, you can get a goal. I didn't even know you could get a shot off without actually shooting. As, I mean, obviously... Night Fang, we're not in the highest of ranks. We are not at, the premier level where teams are going to make, every single touch contact wise. These teams are going to make, mistakes. I think every team makes mistakes though, regardless of level, but these teams, when they make a mistake, a lot of the time it's felt a little bit more, especially on the backboard. In my eyes, backboard defense, I don't know about you, but backboard defense is very important, I think, at every level. I mean, regardless of who you're playing against, it's important to cover your backboard, but utilizing your backboard to get off of it to, not expend as much boost is really where you're going to see team defense success.
Yeah. And right now, Bloomington is just constantly on them, but right now doesn't mean Superiors are out of the game. It's still pretty early in the game. Again, with a pass, unfortunately, they got saved by
Lumini Summers. Lumini Summers.
Yeah, Lumini Summers. And again, Bloomington just on them. I think they kind of fixed their issue from game 1, but again, like you just said in game 1, still pretty early. They can come back. Just they need to calm down. And again, a backboard shot, just like you said.
Gotta cover the backboard. Is 2-0 advantage now for the Maulers right away. And a great shot by Sleep Dog on the infield pass from Jaws. Jaws to Lumini Summers. Back to Jaws. Pops it up for Sleep Dog. Sleep Dog lines up a double. It's blocked out by Kirby. Has the read to Dinger in the corner. We'll be able to sit on this, but that's going to go midfield. Jaws is there. Open shot, and that mistake cannot happen if you're the Superiors. Now a 3-0 advantage is... touch gets away from Dinger there, Night Fang.
Right now, they're not letting... the Superiors start their offense at all. As you can see in game 1, it went Superiors. This time, they're stopping it before it could even start rolling.
Yeah, I think they're stopping it as far as a offensive standpoint goes, but mainly just they're not letting them out of the half. Finally, Duluth is able to get out, but again, Sleep Dog gets on the ball, is able to get out, get a double possibly. Seppi will hit that one down the field. Dinger. Jaws is there, but again, offense for Superiors not where you want it to be. Sleep Dog going to give that one away to Dinger. Dinger a ton of boost. Gonna line this up for himself. Seppi just go missing, flies by the ball. Not even make contact on it, but at the end of the day, is not able to. Kirby gonna catch on his backboard. A lot of time left, but again, a demo on Dinger is not gonna help Duluth's chances of getting back in this game. Is another clear and another demo. Maybe Bloomington's success is through the physical play, Night Fang.
Yeah, and again, 3 of their goals were from a demo play or a clear off of a bump. Right now, I think if they're just that was close. But right now, Maulers again just playing that physical game and stopping them from even getting a chance to start their offense.
Yeah, back half really being locked down by Bloomington. Another 50-50 win. Puts Dinger in a tough spot. And again, it seems like they've ramped up the physicality. The speed has been kicked up. as Duluth can't deal with it, Bloomington's up 4-0 and 2:20 to go. A lot of time for Duluth to get going, but they have been firmly punched in the mouth.
Yeah. And now, right now, with 4-0, are you thinking about this game or trying to figure out what you can do to get a goal, continue that momentum you had from game one? But as now, Bloomington's just stopping everything they have.
I think if you're Duluth, I think you're trying to get a goal. Obviously, you want to score, but your time is running out.
Yeah.
Obviously, this game is almost done, and it's almost won by Bloomington pretty much outright. But I think if you're Duluth, you're obviously playing for the next game, but you're playing to get some momentum going in this game, maybe one or two goals. But I don't know if you're playing for to win this game. Obviously, crazier things have happened, but a comeback at this point in this game is not looking likely, as they really just can't get out of their half, and that's really where the struggle has come in. Is Bloomington is all over every single challenge, especially in that midfield. Another midfield boost stolen by a Mauler. As Dinger gets the clear to Kirby. That one's off the backboard. Dinger's there to follow it up. Hits the post, and yeah. That's the story of game two for Duluth, as that's going to bounce posting out.
They had their chances a couple times, they just couldn't hit the target. And Bloomington just hit every ball on target and still pushing the pressure, finding ways to just make them crumble in this game too.
Kirby's looking for maybe one. Lumini will get on the counterattack, but unable to get that touch. Leaf Dog gets by the last defender, and yeah, not much they can do on the side of the Maulers. 5-0 for Bloomington, as this one's likely going to be done and dusted. There's 30 seconds to go, and we're going to be even up at one apiece. I only see Duluth winning this if they can get on offense. Bloomington, if they continue to play offense, they're not going to lose this series. Their defense has struggled, but this game has been a little bit different because they haven't had to play defense. It's a lot different when your defense is not great, when you don't have to play defense, because when your offense is playing well, then you don't have to play defense.
Exactly. And they stayed practically on their half majority of the time. And like you said, if your offense is too good, you practically don't have to play defense, where they've been struggling in game one. Game two, completely different story.
Bloomington up, or ties the series at one apiece, not up in the series, unfortunately, but let's see if any other scores come in, as one has come in, and it is Bemidji and St. Cloud in the 0-1 round, and St. Cloud is in danger of being eliminated from the tournament. They drop to 0-2. As Bemidji will sweep them and get to 1-1. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Did you see in round one, Chicago versus Rhythm, that scoreline?
Chicago Green Bay, you mean?
No, in high round two on the set. Chicago versus Rhythm. Bucks.
Are you sure about that?
I think so.
No.
Maybe
It is not Chicago versus Rhythm.
okay.
You're good.
My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. It was Chicago and Green Bay. And Rhythm has not played Chicago yet.
Okay. My bad.
They do play. No, you're good. They do play each other. They haven't played. They're playing right now.
Okay. My bad. That's all.
No, you're good. You're good. There. As. Yeah.
With the superiors.
Okay.
I guess we just take it. But even then, this is a huge benefit getting that early goal, because now that some of that weight's left off from game number two. Because now with them being the lead, they're like, okay, we just need to relax. We got the first goal, try to get the second one early on. And again, with this offense coming in and the physical play doing in the third, the Superiors keep continuous, it just might be a repeat from game 1.
I mean, already, yeah, no, knocking on the door right away. Anything, if you're on the Superiors, obviously your offense has been really good, but you gave up 5 goals in that last game. Your defense has to figure it out. And overall, in the first 17 seconds, I guess you could say your defense has figured it out, but your offense is on a roll right now. Kirby into the corner, can't make contact on that. Kirby did mention to me that East servers currently for this game are killing him, but I cannot switch to Central because it will kill me. Central servers have been questionable the past at least month for this game for me at least. As for some reason a server that's supposed to be closer to me, Nightfang, is I have higher ping on than the server we're currently on right now. So yeah,
Rocket League for you.
Rocket League for you. If there was if there was a meme that said Rocket League for you, that's what would be on it. The server closest to me has higher ping than the server farther away. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
I tell you what,
I had that same issue.
as I don't know how it makes sense, but it does. As just waiting on see if we get any more score reports in. But for now, round 2 of Swiss has been interesting so far.
And
with
right
these
now,
two teams, obviously 1-1, and they're 12 versus 1 seed. So
And right now, the offense is completely in the Superiors right now. Just with a miss on the goal line, and Seppi, right? Is that how you say it? Seppi,
yeah, Seppi the first, indeed.
Seppi with that cleanup again, with that miss coming from Jaw. Unfortunately, on the goal line, confusing his teammates and just making it an awkward position for them.
As okay, Patrick for Seppi, 319 again. This is like a. Is this a competition of who can win kickoffs? Like, what are we doing?
Literally 3 out of the 4 goals in a kickoff goal. I didn't think this was an issue in game 2 or 1.
No, these teams weren't having kickoff problems at all. As Kirby looks for another, can't make contact. Dinger and Seppi tasked with making sure that the ball gets out of their half. Kirby, though, comes all the way back to help out his team. Jaws gets bumped by Kirby, sent to the ceiling. See you later. As Sleep Dog's going to score that. No, never mind, he's not. Oh, Seppi's missing the backboard. Oh, Kirby's there to make the save. Dinger, shot towards the net. Saved by Jaws. 4-0. Kirby towards that. Saved by Lumini. Stars.
Kirby again on the ball. Going for a shot.
As 2:40 to go. And Duluth, the 12 seed, making quick work at game 3. They really have stepped up. I think on the offensive side. They were shut out in that last game. All of a sudden, they figure out how to play offense this next game. As, I mean, yeah, this has been quick games from these teams. Not a ton of, no overtimes, which is interesting because, I thought we'd see more overtimes and we haven't.
Again, by stat line, it shouldn't even be completely like this. From record, Superior should have already been. How should I even have a game off of these guys, or at least one? But right now, Superiors are breaking everything previous and said, "We're here to play. Come at us. We're ready for you." And Bloomington's can't figure it out in this game at all.
And yeah, I mean, overall, you just can only do so much. Bloomington shut out in this game so far after putting up 5 on the board in the last one. They're not able to put up any so far. As 119 still left to go. A lot of time for Bloomington, but again, they just can't get out of their half. And it's Duluth starting to ramp up the physical plays. Might be Lumini, though, as he's chasing Dinger, but a minute to go, and Jaws into that corner. We'll see if Duluth can hang on for a 4-0 lead. Is Lumini on to the ceiling, uses the backboard. The follow-up from Sleep Dog is there, and that's 1 goal. 56 seconds to go. Can the Bloomington Maulers make this comeback, Nightfang?
If
I
they
think
play like that,
they could.
I think so too. If they play like that, doing a passing play, backboard, like you again, it's essential to cover the backboard, and that was just a backboard play right there. But again, you can't count Superiors because their offense just been on point this game.
As another score coming in, Burnsville going to take down the Steelhawks. The 3-seeded Burnsville Inferno will beat the number 8-seeded Fargo Steelhawks. As 35 seconds to go. And a little bit of time, but that shot may put the nail in the coffin. This one, though, from Seppi, going to be off target. Follow-up from Dingers there, is able to get it by the last defender. Duluth puts up 5 after giving up 5. Nightfang, they just flipped the script.
I know. It's like, hey, I could do what you do, but
I can do it better. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And from what I've seen, literally, if they just fix their kickoff mistakes, this game would be a lot closer.
Oh, I agree.
At least a 2-1.
Oh, I 100% agree with that. If Bloomington could figure out their simple kickoff errors that they've made, that one's not going to go in. Seppi with a huge save. Bloomington were able to fix their mistakes. This would be a lot closer of a game.
That's for sure.
Duluth, though, 1 game away from moving to the 2-0 round and causing the another monumental upset here. The 12-seeded Duluth Superiors over the Bloomington Maulers by 1.
And with their record, they're doing a lot better than what they did in Major 1 and preseason. Taking 2 games off them when they only could get 1.
Yeah.
And if Maulers, if they fix their kickoff, this would be a completely different game. But again, having just get the script flip on them can have a major impact on the mental.
Duluth up in this series now by 1. Maybe we'll go to game 5. I don't know. I hope not. So that would really throw a wrench in the time. But
that's for sure.
The only goal scored by Bloomington was that one by Sleef Dog. But yeah, I think if you are the Maulers, you are happy with how you've played so far, but you're disappointed in the fact that you go from getting 5 goals to giving up 5 goals. Exactly. I just don't see how that is a fun thing to deal with.
No, because you're like, oh yeah, we figured them out. Let's go. Then they did exactly what they did to you, what you did to them. And I bet you're not feeling well right now.
Yeah. No, it's feels bad, man. As a couple more scores coming in. St. Paul, the 5 seed, taking down the Winnipeg Atlas, the 16, 3-1. The Lumberjacks beating the St. Cloud Flyers, obviously, like I said, and then the Buffalo beating the Green Bay Knights. The 7-seeded Buffalo beating the 15-seeded Green Bay Knights. As that's the scores we have so far. Victory and Derecho still playing. Miracles and Outlaws, and Bloomington and Duluth. These 2 teams. Oh. As the demo comes in from Duluth, they almost get the first one on the board. Nightfang, they're pretty darn close here, but see what Kirby can do.
All the games previous, whoever scored the first goal took the game, and that's important right now. And that could have changed the momentum completely. And Jaws leaving the. What is going on? Okay.
You gonna make it?
I guess it's a 2v2 now.
So what do they get DC'd?
I have no idea. Nothing said anything in text chat. They're just continuing. Kirby is
okay.
Okay, I guess we're back on track. Isn't there a rule?
There is, and it's based on a goal being scored or within the first 2 minutes. They're continuing to play. I don't know what they want from me, as this throws a wrench in things.
Yeah. So, remake. There's the first.
Okay. Is this a 2v3 currently? And they're winning it?
It looks like it.
Okay, I guess they're back. Everybody's here.
Oh, okay.
1-0 Duluth. I don't know. I'm just gonna
so
sit here and
right now.
I am too. I'm just gonna let the situation breathe for a sec.
Okay. In a Swiss 3v3, we had a 2v2 for a good minute and a half. Let's go. Again, Superior's taking the first goal. Taking the first goal. Half of the game still left. From game 1 and 2 and 3. Whoever scored the first goal most likely took the game. Let's see if the Maulers can respond and get a goal.
2 minutes to go, Duluth, I think they scored with 2 people on the field. I think somebody DC'd on Duluth, and they continued to play it out as I guess they're going to play for the win as 1-0 advantage for Duluth, and a minute 40 to go. Bloomington waiting on really another opportunity to get down the field as they've been utterly shut out the last couple of games. Seppi, though, not able to make contact. Jaws will get that one on the board, and Bloomington able to tie us up at 1 apiece.
Everything that just happened, it's back to a tied lead. A minute and 30 left. I don't even know who's going to win this after that incident. Because you coming from a 2v2 real quick to a 3v3 changes your mindset a little bit. Mm-hmm. And right now, it's kind of just even. They're just going back and forth with the ball. They have shots. They both have shots. But right now, it looks like it's kind of just even. They're trying to test out the water, see what works, see what doesn't. Superior's taking a slower place out from game they just previously had. But surprisingly, it's still working. Ooh. Pass down mid. Seppi with block. Jaws with a intersection. And intercepted. Sorry. Give me 1 second. My headset about to die.
Classic. 20 seconds to go. Tied at 1 apiece. Game number 4 of this series between an underdog Duluth team and a number 1 seeded Bloomington Maulers team. There's 10 seconds to go and see what ends up happening between these two teams at the end of this game. Kirby possibly getting a shot, does not make contact. We'll go to overtime just to cement this series and see who was able to get it done. Right off the kickoff, the pinch goes back at Duluth's net. Sleep Dog off the backboard. The clear, though, from Dinger comes out. Jaws will get dunked by Seppi into the corner. Kirby nearly found the angle. Is still on the ball. Dinger jumped on accident because he didn't think Kirby would have another touch. Dinger will catch. It's going to go right back at Jaws, though. Lumity towards net. Gets caught, though. Seppi with a huge save on the back line to keep the game alive. Sleep Dog and King for a double off the backboard. Does get a reset, but isn't able to do much with it. Lumity towards net. Dinger has low boost, but is able to make that save. 40 seconds into overtime, and these two teams locked in a 1-1 tie.
Ooh. Right now, Bloomington is completely on the offense right now, and the Superiors are having a little trouble getting an offense to start. But again, does not mean they're getting their chances. They're just getting stopped right now. With Kirby going in the corner. Oh, Seppi and Jaws going. Dinger going downfield, trying to get a pass opportunity, getting stopped. Lumini with the block.
Lumity Sumars. Interesting individual name.
Right now, they're just playing a miss off the backboard. Right now, they're just playing a cautious game. Don't want to give up a goal because right now that momentum's going to change for whoever gets this win. Right now, with that bump coming in, Kirby with a goal in OT.
And that'll cement it. Duluth, the number 12 seed miracle run will continue as they are going to win this game and go into the 2-0 round. They're able to get it done when it matters the most, as a 3-1 win for the Superiors. See what ends up happening for these guys, as I can't even believe that they're able to do this. I mean, they take out the number 1 seed, you cause the upset that you really want,
and from record, they did what they needed. They finally won a game series off of Bloomington when they couldn't do that in regular season or Major 1. Mm-hmm. And I bet you their confidence is huge right now.
Absolutely massive. I mean, I bet it's cranked. It's on another level. It's more the you feel confident in the fact that you just took out the number 1 seed, but you also took out the team that has plagued you through this entire season, and able to take them out and get to that 2-0 round. You have a chance to qualify 3-0 through the Swiss stage and get a great seed for tomorrow, or for next weekend, excuse me, not tomorrow, but 2-0 win for them, and our matchups are set for upcoming for the next part of this Swiss stage, as we're into the round 3 part of the week, or of the matches, as trying to do my best to put things together as far as who's gonna play who, but that's a tough loss for Bloomington, especially the 1 seed. You win your opening series and then you lose this one. It's like you don't feel like you should have lost it, but
and I think that's the biggest upset in right now, because Bloomington should have done a lot better from their record. Again, 1st seed, 12th seed should not have been a debate for the first, but again, Superiors adjusting like they needed to and taking that win off of Bloomington.
No, I agree. It should have been a different story overall. I think if you're the Maulers, you don't take this one to heart. You understand that, hey, we didn't even play that great. They beat us, and it still took a lot to take us out. But you're still in a good spot. I mean, you're in the 1-1 round. You're, in a good spot to get back to even the 2-1 round and to get to a qualification match, because obviously the 2-0 rounds are, really where you want to be to get to qualify. And then, I mean, when you're 2-0, Night Fang, you have the utmost advantage, because you have to lose basically 3 straight in order to be knocked out. That is likely not going to happen. I hope. Most likely not going to happen. Yeah. It can, but it would be highly unlikely that it happens. But I think the Maulers played good, but they gave up a lot of almost randomness in this series. Like, I don't want to say randomness, but I want to say like goals that realistically you should not have seen. I mean,
like in game number 3, 4 out of the 3 were kickoff
goals.
Back to back.
We're just back to back, quick as you could possibly want. That can't happen going into this next round, because if you go to that 1 and 2, you're on an elimination round there where you can easily, get beat by a team that you should not be losing to because your confidence is shaken. But if you are the superiors, your run continues. The bad news, though, is your next round matchup is not going to be any easier because of the way you won this one. But next round, obviously round number 3 coming up. The 2-0 match is what we're going to be watching. But and I think it's been pretty fun so far. I've liked the series that we've gotten. It's been a good one. I think overall this bracket has been fairly interesting, but these are my final thoughts. I don't really have anything else other than the 12 seed making a miracle run. We've seen miracle runs before, but I don't know. Drop a 1 in chat if you feel like we should watch Duluth's 2-0 round matchup. If you want to see them play again on stream. I personally think that would be very interesting. But at the same time, we haven't seen Chicago or we haven't seen Burnsville or Kansas City play yet. So we'll decide during the break. But when we come back, we'll decide what we're gonna do as point standings. Now, coming up next is round number 3, not 2. I forgot to change it, but regardless, I changed it now. Round 3 coming up for Swiss. We're gonna watch a 2-0 match. Can Duluth's miracle run continue? We'll find out after the break.
Bust it out.
I take the pain and wait for someone to stitch me up. Oh, I just want to be loved. 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 There's a little bit of anger in everyone. Oh, I can feel the danger. It's boiling up. All we ever wanted was the world to see. Looking for a way to get our face on the screen. We keep marching along and wait for someone to notice us. I just want to be loved. 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 I just want to be loved.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is just me at the moment, but regardless, we have some Rocket League to play. I'll show you the schedule. Swiss round 3 is where we're currently at. 2-0 round. Inferno on the left-hand side and the Outlaws on the right-hand side. It should be a blast. Fargo took the opening series in round number 1. They find themselves in the 1-1 round, and Brainerd finds themselves in the 0-2 round facing elimination. But taking a look at our bracket, here's how the Swiss stage has played out so far. Chicago on the top side facing Duluth, another 2-0 team, and Burnsville and Kansas City on top as well in the 2-0 round. Winners of those two matches qualify through to the stage, and they're doing the best they can to get to that qualification. But regardless, in the 1-1 round, we just saw Bloomington lose to Duluth. The 12-seeded Duluth Superiors have made a run, as the Senators have gotten back to 1-1 after going 0-1. Minneapolis and the Buffalo, Fargo, and the Lumberjacks, Rochester Rhythm and Des Moines Derecho, Brainerd Victory and St. Cloud Flyers, and the Green Bay Knights and Winnipeg Atlas. Those four on the bottom facing elimination. They must win in order to escape. If they do lose, they are out of the tournament, and likely their season is done based on how those team seeds are currently. But just waiting on a couple of these teams to get going. But regardless, I think we have everybody in here. I can't remember, as I think a team was possibly messing with their camera. But yeah, beautiful bracket. And it'll shake up even more after, this series is done. As it should be a fairly interesting series overall. I'm excited to see what we get. And obviously, reminder of standings before. So this is standings beforehand from when we started. And you see, obviously, these two teams 3 and 4 right now. So they're locked in, basically, as top 4 seeds currently. But regardless, points distribution, 61 points for first place. So if you get out of this Swiss stage, make it to the next weekend with with the tournament, you can gain advantage to obviously a lot of points if you're able to do well in that tournament. But it should be fairly interesting to see what we get out of these teams. But just want to make sure all of them are ready. Yeah, no. We're going to send it. We're going to send it into our series as Inferno versus Kansas City Outlaws. Winner gets to the qualification, the first one to qualify. OJ Como, Cripify, and Divine on the side of the Outlaws. Paul, Carl's Nuts, and Slay Panther on the side of the Inferno. The Inferno hold the 3 seed currently in the tournament. The Outlaws hold the 4. And these two teams are as close as you could possibly want. As these teams are I mean, both very capable of getting, you know, a series win here. As I think if you're the Outlaws, you don't hold the fact that this team is, you know, they're basically 1 seed ahead of you, but you know, overall, right now, looking at the standings, the Inferno are, I mean, they're tied except for game differential. Burnsville has an 18 game differential and Kansas City has an 8. So, you know, when Burnsville's been winning, they've been winning by a lot. But yeah, we'll see what ends up happening here. As I'm excited to see what we get out of these teams. Okay, that's interesting information. What I say by Slay Panther. I can't believe he's able to make contact on that. Sorry, friends. Had a bit of a call there, so wasn't able to talk much, but regardless, about 1:50 to go. Inferno up by 1. So they're looking to get through this Outlaws defense as the Outlaws down by 1 goal. Have to find one. I gotta find really anything here. Is into that corner. Slay Panther's looking for Paul. Paul's there for the shot. Carl will likely commit to this. Not able to make contact on it. Crip gonna stay on the ball. Not able to get much done. OJ Como towards the net forces out a double commit from Burnsville, but it won't really matter much. OJ Como's touch gets away from him. Paul gonna get rid of that ball. Goes right to Divine. Divine out to Crip. Crip back to himself, but can't get much done. Slay Panther hits the ball across the field. It'd be interesting to see how this Outlaws team plays based on the fact that I have to look. I don't remember if these two teams did play each other, but I kind of want to find that out. As I don't know if somebody has information for me that would tell me that, but regardless, I do want to find out if these two teams played each other. I don't remember if they played in the major. They possibly did. But these two teams did play each other in week 5 on December 12th. And it was the Inferno winning that series 3-0. OJ comboed towards the net. And it was... what? It was Divine towards the net. That one does make its way in, but Carl and Paul combined to make the save, but they're not able to get it done. And as a result, the ball's going to go in, and that'll be a tie game with 23 seconds to go. I thought it wouldn't make its way in, as that one is Divine does not make contact on the ball. Paul will score the open net, and just like that, the Inferno have been punched in the gut. As Paul will put that one in the net, and yeah, that is tough if you're the Outlaws. Can't really miss those, really. That's what I'll say. As this series has been pretty darn close. Overall, to start, both of these teams are firing on all cylinders. You can see why they're the higher seeds in the tournament and in the weekend so far. As that one will find its way midfield. Yeah, okay. All right. You guys just want to go to overtime, I guess. Yep, Carl didn't challenge it. No boost for him. They find crit midfield. They're able to tie the game. I don't know how. I don't know how they do it, but they just figure out a way. As we head into overtime, give you a reminder on a score report. The Lumberjacks are 3-0 over the Steelhawks, so that sends the Lumberjacks to the 2-1 round and sends the Steelhawks down to the 1-2 round after winning their opening series against the Victory. They lost to this Inferno team and then went on to lose to Bemidji, who's making quick work of, a couple of games after losing their opening series to this Kansas City Outlaws team. So, see what ends up happening with them. But we're going to go to a 1-2 round matchup after this series is over, and then we'll go to that 2-2 in that final round. As this game started somewhat late, but that is not the end of the world, as Paul will get the open net. We'll score that one, as the Inferno will take game number 1. Not much this Outlaws team can do, as they are not able to get this game, and they're going to drop it. See what ends up happening. As we go into game number 2, Inferno up by 1. As I did get informed by Carl, nothing is wrong. We are okay. As the Inferno do win game number 1, are up now in the series 1-0. As we'll see what ends up happening. If the Outlaws can get anything done here, as they're 2-0, but they don't look like a 2-0 team so far. Did even up the last game late in the series or in the game, but we're not able to come out with the OT win, as A demo from Crip can't get much done. Paul wins that challenge. Is able to get back to the ball. Does not make contact. Finds Carl, though, off the backboard. That nearly went and found its way in. Paul gives to Slay Panther, but does get away from them. Carl, pop it up for Slay Panther. Does miss contact. Paul again off the backboard. See what ends up happening between these two teams as Crip will get dunked. Carl into the corner. Crip does miss contact. They'll go off the backboard. Slay Panther's clear is good as Divine has no boost. Carl's running interference, trying to get him. Can't make contact on him as instead Carl gets bumped. As OJ Kamo, looking to be threatened by Paul, gets over the top of him, and as a result, it is a 1-0 lead for the Inferno. As right off the kickoff, Inferno have to play a little bit of defense as Paul does not make contact on that. Slay Panther will lose that to OJ Kamo. Divine gets dunked as Paul will win that challenge, get out of the net as he finds Carl towards the backboard. Crip goes missing, but Carl's touch does not make contact. OJ Kamo towards the midfield. Slay Panther is shut down on the challenge, or does get the shutdown on the challenge and wins the corner challenge, but has no boost as a result. Crip will clear that over Carl. Paul has to make contact and does. And the Inferno are just content with playing with a 1-0 lead here. Into that corner, Paul will not make contact on it. See what ends up happening. It's just waiting on more scorer perts as Brainerd has swept St. Cloud in the elimination round, which means that St. Cloud, the 11 seed, is eliminated from the tournament, from Swiss stage, and they are out, and their season is likely over. And it is, because they were outside of the top 8 and now can't make it back into the top 8. So shout out to St. Cloud for a heck of a season so far, as Bemidji obviously beating Fargo, so Bemidji in the 2-1 round and Fargo going to the 1-2 round, and I do have to update that. But regardless, we'll look at elimination 1, and of course, one team being the St. Cloud Flyers so far. The only team that's eliminated. We'll see what ends up happening between the Knights and the Atlas, as one of those teams going to be eliminated as well. As I think if you're one of those teams, you know that, it's not the end of the world, but you definitely can make a comeback if you're able to get things done. But I'm going to take a look at another score report that just came in as OJ Kamo's able to tie up this game, as St. Paul is able to, whoa. That is an interesting scoreline. St. Paul is able to sweep Bloomington 3-0 as Bloomington moves to the 1-2 round and St. Paul moves to the 2-1 round. So that is fairly interesting. And Minneapolis going to beat Omaha 3-1. So Omaha going to go to the 1-2 round, and Minneapolis goes to the 2-1. So those teams going to play to qualify as well. But that's a big upset, as Bloomington, the number 1 seed, moving down to elimination, as they could possibly be kicked out in this next round. Is there's a chance they could lose out of the tournament. But a minute to go in this game. Outlaws down by 1 in the series. This game overall has been pretty even, but I think this series so far has been dominated by Burnsville when it comes to movement-wise. They find Crip on the infield pass. That one's going to go all the way down and in, and Crip's able to get a lead for the Outlaws. OJ Kamo just finds him lurking in the midfield, just whips around and dots one on his hood. Bottom right slot. As Crip's going to make it 3. Right off the kickoff. Paul gets dunked. And Interesting, for sure. It's 39 seconds to go. Slave Panther gets a demo. Paul trying to find a pass to anybody really from his Inferno team. As Crip will get the dunk, it's going to go off the sidewall. OJ Kamo with that one midfield. Anyone there to follow up? Not really. As Carl will get dunked. Crip will go off the backboard. 15 seconds to go, and it is all Kansas City as they're looking to tie the series up with 10 seconds to go.
So far gone, I'm caught up, infatuated by our symmetry. It feels like before now, I was only half of me. Thought that I had figured it out, never felt irrationally, but this sense of urgency has me wondering. Thought that I had figured it out.
As Bubbly, I don't play today, unfortunately. Not how it works. Unfortunately, I'm not in Rising Star. My team plays on Saturday, so does your team. Because remember, we're on the same league. We're in Premier together. As, yeah, yep, for sure. This series knotted up in one apiece, 4:50 to go. Kansas City will get the opening goal with OJ Kamo, the demo bump play from them as Crip runs interference, is able to knock Paul off his line, and as a result, OJ Kamo is able to find the shot. Bubbly, you definitely should. You should come join me, 100%. You should hop in. You should just hop in and be like, hey, how's it going? I need my Bubbly Reaper. I need him. As OJ Kama goes missing, Paul will miss that shot. Can't get much on it as these two teams locked up pretty close here. As we'll see what ends up happening. 4:15 still left to go. A lot of time for the Inferno to tie up this game, but the Outlaws can't really get much done. As Outlaws up by one in this series, in this game. Or by one in this game, not in this series. What am I saying? As Outlaws have held the momentum the past couple of games, obviously with this game and the last one. As both teams are locked in a tight contest to see who can really come away with the victory of this series. And it's been, I mean, both 1-goal games, so about as close as you could possibly want it. And we'll see what ends up happening. As Bubbly, no way! I have a friend! I'm kidding. That's just weird. You're home from work? You should. You're just the perfect opportunity. It's the perfect opportunity. It's the when you need a Bubbly Reaper, you call them up and you say, hey, I need myself a Bubbly Reaper. As you're on your way into the game. Regardless though, Bubbly, we are in the 2-0 round of Swiss. In round number 3, we are watching the number 3 seeded Burnsville Inferno versus the number 4 seeded Kansas City Outlaws. Currently, it is basically a 1-to-1 game, and it's been a 1-to-1 game the entire time. That, for the matter, is these two teams about as even as you could possibly want. Both games were overtimes. Well, the second one was not an overtime, excuse me. The first one was an overtime that Burnsville won. Second game was a 3-to-1 win for Kansas City. And this first game is halfway over, as I will get you lobby info so that you may attend this game that we call Rocket League. It. I mean, they're both high seeds. They're both top 4 seeds. I expected it. I think the one that people didn't expect is the 12 seed playing the 2 seed. That was fairly interesting, but I think that's what was not expected by anybody was the 12 seed winning against the number 1 seed. So, yeah, it's been a crazy day so far for Rising Star, as it gets even crazier. As I now know the team that is eliminated with the St. Cloud Flyers. The other team eliminated is a matchup between the 15-seeded Green Bay Knights and the 16-seeded Winnipeg Atlas, and the Winnipeg Atlas keep their hopes alive as they eliminate the Green Bay Knights in 5. So we have our first 2 teams that are eliminated from the tournament is the Knights and the Flyers. But yeah, Bubbly, you're kind of joining at a interesting time because this game's 2-2 and there's 90 seconds left basically. They have some interesting ideas in Rising Star. Oh no, they do. 100%. It's all about execution though. Same with like backboard defense is something huge in this league and Challenger. You don't see teams playing the backboard very often. Less than they should. They should be playing it more, but it's tough because boost management's not the same. But 30 seconds to go and tied at 2. Series is tied at 1. It's been as close as it could possibly be. As Slay Panther lines up a double for his teammate, but Paul doesn't make contact on it, and 10 seconds to go. We're likely going to go to overtime, Bubbly. Indeed. And yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what we get out of these the next rounds that come up, because round 4 and 5, obviously you have round 4 high matches and low matches, and then round 5 is just win or go home. But with these two teams being already in the top 4, they're playing for a better seed for next weekend, but they're also playing to get a decent seed going into the tournament, into LAN, and just to be in a better spot so you have 2 lives at LAN, because teams that start with 1 life, they don't have the utmost confidence in themselves to obviously do very well in the tournament because they're starting out, basically in the losers bracket right away. You're muted. I had you muted. I had you muted. Oh, genius of me. Yep.
Hello. We've been having a conversation.
Yeah, me and Bubbly have been talking to each other the whole time.
That's okay.
Yep. We've been talking this whole time.
I want to hear Stewie's voice anyway.
I'm hurting myself at this point.
Okay, we're halfway through the day today. We still got plenty of time to figure things out. Some of these teams will be done after this matchup. But this overtime's still going like the rest of this game has gone. Very back and forth so far. But I don't know. What do they have to do to break through, Stewie? What's the strat in Rising
Score!
Star?
Hit the ball on the net. Like that. 2-2. 2 minutes in. Overtime just keeps on counting. We could be here all day. All day long. And another save. OJ Camo's able to clear the line. Does have a shot. Saved by Paul. Into the sidewall. Crip will get dunked. Divine will look in field as OJ Camo finds Cripplify. And as a result, Carl and Slay Panther will work the ball out. Slay Panther has no boost, so has to eat a challenge. As just a long overtime. That shot, though, saved by Divine, somehow keeps it out. Slay Panther gets the clear. Carl and Paul will combine to get one touch forward as Carl does not make a ton of contact on the ball. Instead, Cripplify will sit on it and get another challenge 3 minutes into this overtime, and we're nowhere near crowning a winner.
So far, it looks like Inferno's just like sitting back, trying to play a counterattack. That these balls that are coming infield for shot opportunities, they're not really planned attacks. I feel like I want to see a little bit more from Inferno. Especially, I know Slay Panther, I think he drafted his team, got his team because he knows them. I don't know too much about Rising Star, but I would have thought they would have been the team passing.
I agree.
So far, it looks like Outlaws are the ones trying to find each other, but leaving them caught out with low boosts. The ball high in the air, Demo open net for 2 people. That'll end the overtime. Almost 4 minutes. Outlaws losing that one. Inferno on match point now.
Yeah, 1 game away. As you thought the Outlaws were going to get it done, they don't. As a result, Inferno 1 game away from winning this series, and probably the other team that did qualify in the top other side, well, not other side, in the other 2-0 round between Chicago and Duluth. Chicago ended up winning that series in Game 5, so one of these teams will join Chicago in a qualified fashion. So, see what ends up happening between these two. Who gets the victory overall, but see what ends up happening as a long overtime, and it was the Inferno pressure that just got the better of the Outlaws. Obviously on a long counterattack. Demo from Paul, the open net from Slay Panther, and about as free as you could possibly want it. Bubbly, I'm just excited to see what we get out of this 2-0 round, because
I think this is the last matchup we're waiting on still.
I think it is.
All the other matches for round are done. All the 1-on-1 matches are done. So hopefully, for the sake of time, the Inferno get another good win here. Maybe not another 4-minute overtime, but it means we got a lot of people in Twitch chat watching. Anticipation for the next round.
Everybody's nervous.
See what happens.
Like, who the heck am I gonna play? They're watching it closely, Bubbly. Well, they want to know who they're gonna play.
Yeah, it's true.
It's always interesting to see who you end up playing. Is Crep gets the first one, has been kind of the goal scorer for the Outlaws so far this series, and is able to win that one midfield, just gets a shot, beats Carl to the ball, and Paul was not expecting that, Bubbly, and you can't be cheating up so far like that.
was just a good read on that bounce off that ceiling. The tough one coming off the intersection of the ceiling and the wall. Will beat everybody to that ball. Be loving the demos rotating out, but shot not quite powerful enough. It take time, so much time. Nobody challenging from Inferno. Feels like everybody on the field is waiting for somebody to hit it.
Oh my God, let's...
Here, I don't even know how to cast that because they're just.
I don't
waiting.
either.
But Inferno's trying to find their first goal. Intent waiting back. Outlaws maybe overcommitting, maybe a chance here. Slay Panther. It's in middle. The shot coming through. No defender left to save it. Great outplay in the corner there from Slay Panther.
And yeah, not able to get that one done. As these two teams are about as close as you could possibly want. As I think overall, you know, you want stability for your team, but you also want the defense. I feel like the defense just hasn't been there. As I say that, OJ Cabo makes a great save on Slay Panther's touch. Paul will get that 50. It's going to go midfield. OJ Camo's there, and Carl will get the clear and the touch into the corner. It's going to bounce up awkwardly for Divine to hit. Does get one midfield. As Crip will get the bump on Carl. Just knocks him out of the way. And that's one thing I haven't talked about Bubbly much this series, or haven't seen much, is physical play. Obviously, it led to the last goal, but I feel like whichever team utilizes it just a little bit more might be able to find some more open shots, and we've seen that a little bit, but I think it could ramp up just a hair. But no, a couple of double commits, and I mean, these teams are playing somewhat aggressive. They're not letting the other really get going.
Yeah. And I'm still pretty impressed that there aren't as many double commits. I feel like, especially high pressure 2-0 in Swiss, your match point, high game, you're like wanting to push, wanting to be aggressive, but they're still doing such a good job communicating. And a great pass upfield from Divine, able to find that shot on the redirect to the top right corner.
And yeah, this is the only series we're waiting on. A reminder, eliminated teams are the Flyers and the Knights after this round. Teams that stay alive are currently the Alice and the Victory, as they'll go to the 1 and 2 round. The Lumberjacks, or excuse me, the Steelhawks and the Maulers will go to the 1 and 2 round, along with the Buffalo and Derecho. So see what ends up happening between those two. But Outlaws trying to get us to a game 5. They've got 3 on the board here, Bubbly, and not what we need for stream, but I think it's what we're gonna get.
That's okay, for the content, I think it's a pretty good matchup, and showed off some individual mechanical skill. Outlaws looking like they want to get through this round, go 3-0 in Swiss. Great last touch at the last second from Divine. All just not expecting it, not ready for it. I think, Inferno, they look like they have a lot of the boost advantage, but I feel like they could do so much more with it. A great 50 off that kickoff. But you see both his teammates going for opposite mid boosts, all like having to take a rough 50 on his goal line. I don't know, he's saying in chat, just take the W, but I don't know if that's allowed, Stewie.
I don't know. If they want to do it, I don't care. Go next. It's like in Johnny Boy's tournaments. You get to a point where it's like, go next, because you don't feel like you can come back. But I mean, there's 2 minutes left.
There's still time to come back.
I've done crazier things. I've come back down 4-1, 5-1.
Sometimes the mental resets.
Okay,
also
6-1 is just a little bit different. Maybe even getting to Brazil territory here, Bubbly.
Potentially.
Possibly, potentially.
Hey, I'm just a caster. You're the director, man. You have to make that call. If they're serious or not, no pressure. But there's still, I think there's still time to get 5 goals, especially the rate Outlaws have been scoring. All Birdsville has to do is match that somehow. But, it still looks like they're trying. But, these balls just keep ending up in their net from midfield. That's, 3 in a row, just long shots that find their way in. So, We'll see. I think, you stay and play out the 2 minutes, try and find some momentum again. A good fake kickoff from the first man to get some pressure going, but still not able to find a shot on net from it. Opting to play defense instead. Ball pass to Nikamo, able to keep that ball in. Outlaws not letting Burnsville out. No break for them at all. Finally a double commit. Now, Burnsville, chance off the wall for Paul. It's a reset. Around the corner to one. Play Panther misread. Big counterattack from the Outlaws. Not going to opt to pass it middle. Just trying to kill the clock, I think. Not quite going for the shots on net. Burnsville, they've at least stabilized so far, Stu. No more goals coming.
Gotcha. I mean, it's interesting to see what we get. Overall, I think, this Outlaws team, it's 7 on the board here is just insane. I don't even see how that's, how I don't even see how that's not. That's just unbelievable. Really, I can't. I can't even believe it, to be honest. It's insane. It's unreal.
But on the side of Burnsville, I thought that was going to be an open net shot, but just that last step on the shot not quite being executed right now. Defense is held out. It looks like they're still going deep for those boost grabs, trying to keep the boost advantage over Outlaw. Maybe going into game 5, get them to panic a little bit more. See how it works out, but time is going to wind down here. It's like Burnsville's just waiting in net. Clock to finish.
What about a defense?
Score one more.
Okay,
Why
yeah.
not?
All right. Well,
0 seconds.
8 on the board. You might as well
add the stats.
Yeah. As you might as well put up 9 in the game. Thank you guys for 9 is. I just don't see how we go from getting no goals to just putting up 9. It's like, what?
Back and forth, 4-minute overtime.
And then all of a sudden we're just, no defense is a thing anymore, Bubbly. It doesn't exist. What's defense? I don't know.
Well, 2 minutes left of that game, they gave up 7, and then it took them the entire rest of the game to give up the 8th goal. So maybe they figured something out on defense. Maybe Outlaws weren't committing as hard for offense. But either way, hopefully we can get into this game number 5 quick, because I think we have the entire rest of Rising Star waiting for 2 whole games.
Literally. We're going as fast as we can, guys. We're,
We are. Champions Field? We love to see it.
Oh yeah, it's game 5, Bubbly.
It's
game
my
number 5. Winner gets to qualify to next weekend. Loser goes to the 2-and-run round to try and do it again. OJ Camo, flip reset towards net. Carl backflips but is able to make the save, and 9 seconds in has to make that touch. Paul and Slay Panther combine. That one's towards net. OJ Camo misses the 50-50 from Slay Panther as Carl will line up one more touch. Can't get it done. Crip can't do much. Paul trying to line up a double, but can't get much on it. Slay Panther into that corner. Crip. A lot of boost to work with. Bubbly does not make contact on the ball. That one off the backboard. Paul's there. Have to remember, Paul and Carl, longtime teammates for Brainerd, back when his team made a run in season 8 to land, got second. As we'll see what ends up happening here for them, as they're trying to get to 2-0 in the Swiss in Major 2 and cement a spot into the top 8 and the top 4, and they need to do it, Bubbly, with getting out of Swiss. That's the first hurdle, I would say. That's not part 1. That's the first hurdle.
The first hurdle, the first step. And it looks like Paul and Carl on Burnsville, they're coming out game 5. That first minute, I think Burnsville had a full minute of pressure there. Outlaw was able to hold on, not allow a goal, but these bumps, these aggressive challenges, the Outlaws have from Burnsville. Not quite leading to a goal yet, but lots of opportunities that I'm loving to see. You one good shot and a bump from the midfield, dunk backboard, but finishing shot just isn't there quite yet. Playing a little more patient, not wanting to overcommit, but Outlaws on the other hand, they're starting to send things, and I'm starting to see a few double commits come out from them that maybe they're not able to hold the offensive pressure anymore like they did last game.
Yes, yeah, no, 3 minutes to go. They're not able to put up, 7. As let's just say that this game's a little bit different, and different in that Carl's able to open the scoring and get us on the board. 2:50 to go, and Outlaws right now down by 1. They put up 8 in the last game. Can they get to 8 again, Bubbly? I don't think they need to, but they gotta get to, they got to get to at least 2 to win this series, but they got to get to 1 at least before that time runs out. Otherwise, they are done and dusted and down to the 2-1 round to try and qualify again. But we'll see what ends up happening. Crip, OJ Combo, and Divine going to find a touch out with Crip's help, but Crip will have to stay on the ball. Does not have a ton of boost. As a result, Carl will get beat by OJ Combo. OJ Combo is another touch. Great back pass. Carl, the Slate Panther. The demo comes in on Divine, but the shot from Slate Panther ran out of boost, Bubbly, and that would have been a huge advantage to have. A 2-goal lead in Game 5 would have been absolutely massive.
They're pulling out all the stops. They're going for the doubles. They're going for demos. You saw that cross the passing play. Almost got the 1-2, but Crip by trying to find that. Can't quite get it. Divine on the finish, saved away by Slate Panther. Burnsville still holding strong on defense, even going for those midfield bumps to try and get out, but leaving an open net. Finally, Outlaws are able to take advantage for it.
Yes. Yeah, no, a tie game here, Bubbly, and Outlaws and Inferno. Right now working on a 1-1 tie. Minute and 40 to go. This has been a long series. It's definitely weighing on these teams. I think, when you get down to the round, 3, 4, especially round 5, even 4, you're just mentally exhausted at that point. You're, wondering what in the world do I got to do to win a game of Rocket League at this point? But see what ends up happening. Crip misses that contact, as that is tough. Inferno and Outlaws now separated again by 1. Paul's able to make that shot go in, and Crip's gonna wonder why in the world, he ran out of boost there and didn't make contact on it.
But also, communication breaking down a little bit too. I think Divine, with full boost behind him, wanted to take that ball. Ended up turning off of it. Could have been there to save the goal too, so. A little bit of pressure, making it difficult. Good save on the passing play coming out. Carl's nuts. Deep upfield, Slate Panther met in the air. Cleared away for Outlaws. Great pass middle, but no one there to find a shot. Outlaws rotating way far back in their own defensive end, but only 50 seconds left. They've got to find something here, Stewie.
Yeah. They may have a chance. Divine, though, the help is not there. There's no cavalry coming, as Divine will have to spawn in and make contact on this save, and does exactly that, but he was demoed on the play. OJ Combo had no help on that pass, so Rip, as a result, gets a monster clear, though, to Divine. The shot is on target. Paul has to make that save. Slate Panther gets the boost and gets out in 20 seconds to go, Bubbly. Slate Panther might have just won Burnsville the game.
Not quite out yet. Awkward rotation back on defense. Divine trying to force something in the corner. Triplify. Free ball in the air. Can he get it over Carl's nuts? Ball's falling middle, but Divine just can't make the read. OJ Combo pass middle, but again, Slate Panther there. Great clear out. Ball's got to stay up for the Outlaws. Clear downfield in the middle. OJ Combo running out of boost, though. Can't make contact. And Burnsville Inferno just wanted to make us wait for the Game 5 to win that series.
Of course they did. And they will join the Chicago Jungle in the qualified round, as both teams have made it through 3-0 in Swiss stage, unbeaten, as each will qualify to the weekend of next weekend, and we'll work to get to this next round as quick as possible. Sorry, friends, as we're kind of delayed, obviously, Bubbly, because of we got lots of overtimes, game fives. I mean, it just doesn't help. That game shook out pretty quickly, but yeah, no, Inferno win this series in 5, and I mean, the Outlaws are going to have to do it in the in the round 2 and 1 of Swiss. So see what ends up happening.
We're moving down to one of the 1 and 2 matchup.
Yeah.
Now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
we
mistaken.
are. So
you get to pick that.
I
got any favorites?
I think I'm gonna go with a couple of the teams that haven't been on stream. That being Buffalo and Des Moines. So,
I think Buffalo play Winnipeg.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who plays. I have to look at it. Who plays?
In the 1 and 2 matchup, it's Bloomington against Brainerd.
Omaha and Winnipeg. Okay, Fargo and Des Moines. What teams do you think I should pick? Winnipeg and Omaha?
I'm a little biased. I like the Bloomington. I want to see how they got swept by the Senators last round in the 1 and 1
It's
matchup.
true. But we also haven't seen Omaha and Winnipeg on stream yet.
This is true.
So
I think we should go with that one.
we'll see.
But in the 2 and 1 matchup, Kansas City Outlaws against St. Paul Senators, that 4-5 seed matchup should be a good one. Got the Duluth Superiors against Minneapolis, and we got Bemidji against Rochester. I'm surprised it's a 2 and 1 matchup, but AK always finds a way to do good. So
He does.
love our friend AK.
Yes.
I don't know if we're going to a break.
We
or if
are.
We're gonna keep going.
We
Are
need to go to a
rolling?
break.
We do, for you to set everything up. properly.
Indeed. Yeah.
We love our streamer, Stewie. He's working so hard. It's tough for all the players, the mental battle, playing so many series in a day. And Stewie has to keep track of it all. Put on a good show for everybody, keep everything going. If you haven't said thank you, Stewie, please ping him in general chat and say thank you, Stewie.
Thank you for the unlimited. Yes.
Yes.
Bubbly.
Yes.
Oh man, I am tired. Oh, Bubbly, you just shot off a smoking gun.
Now lead us out to a break, Stewie.
No, maybe I won't.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I'll just keep us here. What are they gonna do?
I don't know. I guess listen to us ramble while they're setting up their next matchup.
Yeah, well, they're playing their next series.
This is true.
You said Duluth and Minneapolis? Yeah, it is.
I know. Exciting matchup.
It is an exciting series. Bemidji and Rochester. Bloomington and Brainerd would be pretty interesting too. I mean, I would probably want to watch that, but I don't know.
Oh, we gotta give everyone time on stream.
It's true.
True. That's true.
Indeed. But Des Moines getting Fargo is huge. I think the winner of Bloomington and Brainerd is likely going to qual. I don't know though, because
You never know with Swiss.
yeah, it's true. You never know. We're overdue for a break. When we come back, Swiss round number 4. We'll see what ends up happening, but we are overdue for a break. Bubbly, when we come back, we'll have Swiss round 4.
Woo!
Yeah!
Yeah, keep the energy up. 2 more rounds.
Yeah!
Woo!
Energy up. 2 more rounds to go. We're on the way.
Energy.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more MCS action. I'm Clash, joined by Ari in these last 2 rounds. And we got the Winnipeg Atlas versus the Omaha Buffalo in this round. 2 teams, Omaha having a really high seed, Winnipeg coming from the bottom. They were able to win that last match, though. But Ari, what do you think about these 2 teams?
Well, both of these teams obviously fighting for land spots. Most teams are fighting for land spots, and for Omaha, they're looking to secure their spot at land. Making top 8 for them would be really, really helpful. And for Winnipeg, they need to win it as the last place. I think Winnipeg actually have been eliminated already, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they still, if they get first, they can
if they get first
into land. So I think second place they have a chance to, but they're not eliminated, but they have to make it out of Swiss.
Right. And there are some teams that have been eliminated, and there have been some teams that have qualified. The teams that have been eliminated, I do not remember. I think Bemidji was one of them.
Green Bay and St. Cloud.
Sorry, Green Bay and St. Cloud. I got neither of them right. So Green Bay have been eliminated, and St. Cloud have been eliminated. They got eliminated in round 3 lowers. Yeah. 11th seed, 15th seed. If you're out of the top 8 and you don't make top 8 at Major 2, you basically have no chance of qualifying. So those 2 teams obviously got knocked out round 3. Their season is over. But the season is not over for Buffalo or Atlas right now. So
one will be.
One will be, though. Yeah, Buffalo, unfortunately, one will be.
I think there's technically a scenario if they don't make it, they could. I am not sure if it's extremely unlikely.
Yeah, if they made it to round 5, if this is round 5, their chances would be a lot better. The fact that this is round 4 is really dire for them if they lose here. It would really, really hurt their points.
Yeah, this match it's do or die for both these teams, really. Again, I think Buffalo technically could still qualify if a perfect scenario could happen, but either way, they want the control. They want to be able to qualify themselves, and even if they don't qualify themselves, the chances are so low. So as we get into this one, we're going to see these 2 teams face off. Saying the colors out loud so I cast it right. Orange team is going to be Winnipeg Atlas. Blue, we have the Omaha Buffalo. Let's get it.
Yeah, and I didn't really go much on predictions, but I would not be surprised if Atlas gets an upset, seeing players on their team starting off. Some good pressure. Pop up here. Ricky first on this ball to the corner, tries to center it, but Quaza better block it away. Some space granted now. But quickly, again, Atlas pouncing on this midfield ball. Thailand's no boost. Gets a 50, but it goes over his teammate's head. BLT can't do much with this Quaza. Has to make this touch in the corner, and does, but it goes right out to Z-Small. Has a free touch to the backboard. Bit of a panic here, but they do get a clear out and some breathing room for them now.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and do those predictions since it's still 0-0. It's not too crazy. What are you thinking for this matchup?
I think that both of these teams are... We're going to see nerves. I guarantee you there's going to be at least a couple, not just one, a couple goals this series where you're going to see a big miscommunication or a big mistouch. That's just guaranteed to happen when there's so much on the line like there is right now. I know if this is the BLT from WCRL that I know, he's a good player. Ricky, I think he's maybe played in Challenger. I'm not sure. I think he has been close to being in Challenger if he hasn't. So
kind of
that higher level Rising Star player as well. Justo, I've recognized his name. Definitely a decent player. So I think they're very evenly matched teams. I am surprised Atlas being as low seeded they are. If this has been the roster the entire season, I don't think it has though. We do see some pressure out from Buffalo. Again, it is still 0-0. Nothing has looked too threatening from either teams. They're kind of just poking and prodding at each other. It's been a long night for both of them. Maybe there's an opportunity off that demo, and it is BLT will take it. And Buffalo, they will love being up 1-0 to strike first in this game 1.
Absolutely, and huge demo coming out from Justo there. BLT, free shot as long as he can get around it, and he does. That one goes away from Buffalo, and they're starting off a little bit stronger. Again, like you said, it was pretty stalematey, but one goal can really swing things. And yeah, for my prediction, I really do think it's Buffalo's to lose here. could just see by the seeds, like they're all the way up at the 7th seed. The fact that they're in this 1 and 2 round is already a little bit of an upset. I don't think it's super unexpected that they might be a little bit lower, but the Winnipeg Atlas are dead last seed. They haven't been winning. They haven't been getting the wins that they need to. And that's going to be... Oh my goodness, they sneak one in there, though, shutting me up. As Ricky just sneaks that through. Thailand's with a beautiful pass to Ricky.
Yeah, if he hits that any more forward, has any more power on it, it's too far away from Ricky to reach. He really put that in a perfect spot for him, and that's just a well-placed shot. Caught the defense out. Buffalo conceding there, but they might get one right back off this kickoff. Justo just takes it through off the kickoff, and yeah, I think that's just nobody. Thailand's just, again, I guarantee you it is nerves. I guarantee you it's so much on the line, and I said it before an Eagles are even going to be scored. There's going to be shaky moments on both sides, but yeah, I think it's going to come down to which team is the least shaky, which team can kind of hold it together, because that's going to be so huge in a situation like this. And so far, Buffalo are out in front right now, 2-1.
Yeah, and we're seeing some more double commits coming out from Atlas. Again, those nerves coming out, both of these seasons on the line with this series. Again, Buffalo, not technically, but practically on the line with this series. And that's going to be a big miss coming out. Another one going through for Justo.
Yeah, and they're really running away with this game now. You see all 3 players in Atlas's side just kind of clustered up in net, low boost, and that's just so many bad things stacked on top of each other. It would have been really surprising if they had found a way out of that scenario. But off the kickoff now, they get a chance to reset, but it does go right back in their half from this close cheat. BLT has some time off the wall, air dribble, but he gets mumped off of it. Z-Small clear out, but both players stuck back waiting. There's a bump through. Thailand's doesn't really get the touch he wanted. Does get a bump, though. Ricky doesn't have any boost. Quaz is able to dunk him for it. Maybe a pass out now. Thailand's, though, able to contest. That's 2 players from both teams going out. Justo just has the net. Takes it into the corner. Looking to buy his team time to get back. Really good decision there, considering they really don't need a goal right now. But Atlas definitely do. They're looking to just push out of their half right now. It does get out of their half, but it's a pass back right back to Quaza.
Yeah, lots of sustained pressure. Unfortunately, that touch for Quaza is going to end it, but that was a lot of time taken off the clock that Winnipeg desperately need. Z-Small trying to get this one back middle. Not going to beat one defender, but Thailand's has control. Going to get a shot on target. Not quite, just wide. That was a chance, but it probably would have been saved if it was on target, but you don't know because it wasn't going to be on target there. This one's going through almost. Justo gets bumped out. Quaza trying to keep the pressure on for Buffalo, and he does. 4-1 now for Buffalo.
I think the biggest thing for me that I'm seeing out of the Atlas is they're not doing themselves a lot of favors on defense. I think they're getting a bit too panicky. They're pushing out or playing fast out of net when there isn't really anything happening. There's been multiple times I see where second or third is just trying to push up into the play, trying to start something when their team needs them to be more patient, more sitting back on the back line. That was a good save from Z-Small, but maybe it was just game 1 jitters. We are very behind, so these players might be iced up. They might just be trying to get back into the swing of things. There's a couple of saves coming out from them. And Buffalo have generated good looks, like by themselves, but also some of their goals were Atlas kind of tripping over themselves on the back line, and I don't know if that's gonna be a common thing moving forward in the series, or if that was just a game 1 kind of getting into the swing of things. You know, you're on stream. Shake the nerves off. I want to see how they play in game 2. If in game 2, if they continue to be jittery on defense, I don't see them winning this series, unfortunately.
Yeah, Atlas have to fix those mistakes. They're missing too many things. They're double committing a little bit too much. And yeah, it's probably nerves. Their season is on the line. They have to win. But you have to figure out a way to calm yourself down, because you have to. Otherwise, the season is done. Buffalo playing solid, playing as a team there. They were able to get that win. Moving on to this next one. I'm going to be watching these score reports. Nothing else has come in yet. No series have ended. Obviously, usually the stream match is just a little bit behind, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some matches come through. But moving on to the next one, Buffalo just need to keep that pressure up. They're holding that pressure really well in the Atlas half. If they can continue to do that, Atlas are going to be in a tough one here because Buffalo look just much better at that.
Yeah, and there was the one goal that Atlas did score was an amazing team play. And they had multiple opportunities throughout the game on offense. I don't think their offense was the issue. I do genuinely think it was their defense. They need to get their ball out of their half faster. They need to get themselves space to breathe and get boost. Already off of a kickoff, it is more pressure in their half. Not what they want, but that's a good 50. Good follow-up. It goes right back towards net. Z-Small's not ready for it. Towards the backboard, it's awkward. There's a bump, but the shot goes missing. Justo's going to come through. Z-Small on his back line keeps his team's hopes alive for now. Ricky, the midfield, gets a 50. Now they push out on offense, but it goes right into the hands of Justo. Good catch on the wall. Air dribble. It's actually threatening. Gets the dunk, but it goes harmlessly into the corner. Ricky first on it. Quaza playing patiently, but he just, all he can really do is just tap it right back at him. Trying to keep it in the Atlas half. It's to the backboard. Ricky's awkward with no boost. That's a really well-placed shot, but it's off the crossbar. Atlas scrambling to get that off the goal line, and they do, but it goes another shot, but Ricky sitting right there waiting for it. Z-Small's no boost. That's towards the top of the net, and there's nothing you can do with zero boost in that scenario. He tried the squishy, but he just couldn't get to it.
Atlas were all zero boost there for about 10 to 15 seconds. Thailand's finally got some, but he had to go up to the midfield for it. Didn't make it back in time. Wow, it's just so much sustained pressure from the Buffalo. We do finally have our first report coming in, and we have another team eliminated from Swiss. Fargo is out. Des Moines qualifies, and Fargo being in the 8th seed, probably going to be eliminated, not making it through. But we're going to see how other teams go here. But as we're talking, Buffalo getting another one through, that one just off the kickoff.
Yeah, that's news to me hearing that my team qualified. I was
not qualified.
not qualified. No, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, round
not
5.
Eliminated yet.
That's still really good news to my ears. What is not good news, if you are an Atlas fan though, is the fact that Buffalo did score off of a kickoff, ensuing their sustained pressure goal right away. So it is 2-0. Still a lot of time left, though. There's still a lot that Atlas can do to get back into this series. That is a wild double commit out from Buffalo. Can they counter attack? No, they can't. Justo getting back in time. Quaza goes missing on that Z-Small. Towards the center. BLT is there to clear it away. Ricky last back. Quaza doesn't really have that much boost, though. Gives it away. Ricky, that's a really good touch out. Chasing it down.
Ooh, big demo.
Big demo. Atlas really looking to score towards his halfway mark, trying to give themselves as much time as possible to get that second goal. But it is back in their half. Quaza touches it in the corner. Nothing much happening though. He's still zero boost. BLT goes missing. Big clear out.
Yeah, every time that Atlas are on the attack, somehow Buffalo just have the control coming back the other way. Justo on the last one gets such great touches getting that one out. But now they're back on the attack. Buffalo are. BLT gonna, that's a little bit of awkwardness coming out there. Probably would have been best to leave that for BLT. That worked as a fake in front of the net. Definitely was not intentional, but no harm, no foul for Buffalo. They still hold this lead.
Yeah, they are getting pressure though. Atlas has been in their half for a while. Getting boost steals. That's a shot, but it's 50 away just in time. BLT's no boost though. Jessup doesn't have that much boost either. Thailand's doesn't get to the ceiling in time. He wanted to waterfall it down to his teammate. Z-Small gets a good touch in the corner. It goes out mid. Thailand's third man's there for it. Over to Ricky on the backboard, but he can't drop it down. They still have this attack going, though. Ricky goes missing on that. Justo a bit awkward on the back line. Thailand's almost caught up too far. Positions well to keep it in. Z-Small with a shot, but it goes just over the backboard. Is there somebody to follow? There is Ricky. Top of the net. He puts it away to keep his team's hopes alive.
A little bit of panic this time coming out from the Buffalo. Quaza needed to recognize that wasn't on target and turn up field instead to try to get the 50. But once it bounced off that backboard, once there wasn't a challenge, that was an easy one for the Atlas. But great play from Z-Small, getting that up onto the backboard, recognizing that Buffalo would have been awkward with a backboard hit there, recognizing it was open. And Ricky getting that one away, keeping the hopes alive. 1v1 here. Z-Small not quite able to beat him. Ricky trying to get this one back middle, not going to be able to get the pinch he wanted. Quaza tries to meet in the corner, not going to be able to beat him though. Lots of space here, but both players retreating to it, able to get a 50 there. BLT taking some control for his team. Up in the air, going for some control here. This could be dangerous. This one almost finds his way through. Not quite. Z-Small on the back line. He's been great on the back line too. Lots of saves coming out from him. And now Buffalo going to lose a little bit of control here. This one going back middle. Quaza, instant turnaround. Counterattack opportunity, but Ricky first to it. It's a little bit of midfield play all of a sudden. As we only have a minute left, Winnipeg need this one.
Yeah, and if you're Buffalo, you're fine kind of playing this back and forth. Although, it's been looking pretty scary this game. Atlas have been really turning it up. There's another opportunity pass middle. The shot's blocked away. Still not out of the woods yet, though, to the corner. Ricky doesn't really have that much boost to follow it up. Does get it around a defender. It does get cleared away. Z-Small now in a 1v3 on his back line. He just needs to hold off for his team to get back. His team does get back now. 50's out. Thailand's allowed a lot of space on this ball. Not really able to generate much from it, though. Justo being really patient. Lets the ball go harmlessly into his corner, and all of it, there's a major positioning error for Atlas, and it just goes rolling into an open net. I don't really know quite what happened. Z-Small maybe didn't think he was last. Communication error or something, but that is really heart-wrenching if you're Atlas.
I think Z-Small was okay with going that. If it 50s towards the middle, it's all right, but unfortunately the way he pinched it, it just went straight back into his own net. Z-Small has to get a better touch there, unfortunately, for his team. That would have been a crazy shot from BLT. Quaza trying to get one himself. Instead, fakes it out. Another one goes through for Buffalo. We're on a 4-1 scoreline again.
Yeah, BLT almost scored that. That would have just been icy to score double tap like that to make it 4-1. But they do put it away, 4-1, and this game all but over at this point. It's now a matter of, do Atlas have what it takes to find a way back into the series? Like I said, I don't think their offense has been the problem. They have actually had almost as much pressure as Buffalo have had this game. Spent around the same amount of time in their half, and with the shot total, you wouldn't be able to tell. Atlas have only had 3 shots compared to Buffalo. I can't check scoreboard during the game with the cutscene thing, but yeah, Atlas have 3 shots. Justo by himself has 4. So it's more than double Atlas's shots. They are getting the ball out into Buffalo's half, and they are getting some good chances. It's just that a lot of their attacks the ball doesn't end up in a spot where they can really, as a team, do anything with it. They don't get the shot off. They don't get really a dangerous look at net. But Buffalo, a lot of the times they get on to Atlas's half, they seem to be very tenacious. They seem to know where the open space is, put the ball in the right spot. And on top of that, Atlas are really struggling with boost once Buffalo get in their half. Buffalo have been really good at locking down the boost. So absolutely. I think, again, it's going to just be more of a defensive battle from Atlas. I think they have what it takes on offense. It's just, again, that defense, it needs to be ramped up. And it was less panicky, but Buffalo still took full advantage of them in that half as a 4-1. So anytime you're scoring 4 goals, it is a big red flag.
Yeah, I would say Atlas. I would say Atlas are playing much better this game, that last game, than the first one. I think they have things to build on from that second game. The first one, for the first couple minutes, they looked pretty good, and they just really didn't. But in the last one, they were just a step behind, just a half step behind Buffalo. Every single one of those. We got another score report coming through. It looks like Bemidji 3-1 Rochester. So it's a big win for Bemidji. They were the 13th seed coming into this one. Rochester in 10th. They're still alive, but Bemidji qualifies for the bracket next week. So big win for them. They need that to be able to have a chance at LAN. They need more than just top 8 potentially. Depends on what other teams do, but they absolutely had to get top 8, and they have now qualified. Rochester will have one more chance to make top 8. They also have to make top 8 to be able to qualify for LAN. But as we get back into this one, Atlas fighting
got
for their
Rochester
lives,
got
fighting
knocked
for their
out, no?
seed. No,
Rochester
Rochester
no,
just-
high.
they were
Oh
in
no,
the
yeah,
upper-
they still have
they
a
were in
life
the
left.
upper.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were in the upper there. So
yeah. Rochester goes 2-2. Yeah,
Yeah.
Des Moines.
Yes.
Yeah, Des Moines 3-0. I didn't know it was a 3-0. Dang.
yeah, big win.
And the thing is, as we get into this game 3, by the way, you see the seeds of the teams, and you're like, the 14th seed, how can they jump to 8th to qualify? There's only 10 points between the 14th seed and the 8th seed right now, which is, if it comes down to the tiebreaker, I don't think we win the tiebreaker, but say like another team could win the tiebreaker, because they would tie the 8th place team. It's still it's still far beyond confirmed over for those teams that are really far down in the standings. They still have more than enough hope. Especially with the way that Major 2's points are. That is an amazing team play coming out from Buffalo. That's not a bad clear from Thailand. It goes over the wall. Justo 0 boost, stays there. BLT doesn't leave the play, fully lurks around, and his teammate's able to find him and just splits open the defense. That's another really good goal and an opener for Buffalo. And they're going to really be loving that. Really trying to just take this series away as quickly as they can. Trying to push their season as far as they can take it.
Yeah, I really thought that Thailand was going to be able to follow that one up. He looked really close to it. It looked like he was going to be able to get a 50 on that sidewall, but well read by BLT, getting that one middle. And they now have the lead. Winnipeg fighting from behind once again. Trying to get this one through is Buffalo. BLT, this one's just going to bounce right in. 50 going off the ceiling. Another one going in for BLT. And Buffalo just keep on rolling. Winnipeg just isn't getting what they need.
That is just a goal like that in the current scenario for Atlas.
Yeah.
That is really rough. I mean, there is 3 minutes left. They still have a chance. The game is not over. There is still a lot more pressure out coming from Buffalo. Double tap attempt not finding its way through. Plaza. That might be an open net, but Ricky able to recover and put a hand up, blocks the ball away, but they give it right back.
Wow.
This is going to float into an open net. All 3 players from Buffalo trying to push this one out, but Thailand's doesn't get the right touch. Ricky doesn't see the beat, and Z-Small maybe thought he had more time to get boost, and that's just not what you want if you're Atlas. Again, still not over, but it's going to be really tough for him.
Yeah, no, there had to be more control coming out there from Thailand. He had full control of it until he did a weird little wave dash and fortunately just lost control way too quickly. His teammates have to be able to rely on him having that at this level of the game. Being able to follow up for a 50 has to be required, and Justo able to follow up for a 50 on the opponent's goal line, able to get another one away for the Buffalo. They've scored 4 in every game so far.
The C-Small says winnable. You know, if your opponent can score 4 goals in half the game, there's still half the game left. That means you can score 4 goals. I will say that goal seemed very interesting. I don't know how he was even able to get a 50 on the last defender. It seemed that Z-Small had him beat pretty much the entire time that ball was bouncing. He just seemed, I think he just misread where the player was. And he allows himself to get dunked on the goal line. Just speaking of the last goal, there's another one. 2v0, pretty self-explanatory. Overcommit in the midfield. And yeah, Atlas have collapsed in game 3. Buffalo, as it stands right now, will be sweeping, and that is going to be the end of the season for Atlas. Yeah, I wonder what your I've been yapping a lot, Clash. What have been your main kind of points for why Buffalo have really had such a dominant control over this series? I mean, it didn't really seem like any of the games were super close.
I feel bad because I feel like it's less on Buffalo's game and more on Winnipeg. They aren't controlling things as well as they need to. They finally get one away here. Thailand's getting full away, but Winnipeg, they're overcommitting a lot. They've left a lot of open nets go through, and they're not really following up on each other's touches enough. I just had a little laundry list of things that was going wrong for Winnipeg, but that's what it feels like. It's just Winnipeg, I don't have any wind in their sails right now. They aren't playing the way that they need to be able to win Rocket League games. I know that sounds weird, but like I feel like that's just how it is. I mean, and Buffalo, they're doing their job on capitalizing on those mistakes. They're maintaining pressure really well. That's probably the thing that I'm noticing that they're doing the best.
Yeah.
Stealing those boosts, holding the offense, rotating well to maintain that. But solid play, like fairly solid play, shouldn't always win you games. But it is absolutely winning them this game because Winnipeg just aren't playing the game if they want to. But as we keep moving on, I have been ball chase stalking the Maulers, because Maulers are the number 1 seed coming to this one, and they are in the
Oh
1 seed
yeah,
round.
they're in the
It's
round
really
for lower.
Yeah, so that's kind of crazy. I've just been watching that. They are currently winning in their series against Victory 2-1, which I feel like Victory are absolutely. I thought we were going to qualify too, but one of those teams.
If they
is not
get
going
knocked
to.
out round 4 lower, that's also really good for my team because that's one
Absolutely.
less team that we
You
have to
want-
contend with for
Yeah,
8.
you want
so
the Maulers to win that one. You
yeah,
want Victory
I'm big supporter of this guy Clash. Clash's team. No, but I think I agree. I think Buffalo have been doing some things that I think that a decent amount of Atlas's mistakes were like, yeah, they were making mistakes, but I think a good amount of them have been forced out from Buffalo. They've been there have been so many times in games 1 and 2. Thailand's maybe get one for the road here for his team at 0 seconds. Now he can't put it away. He doesn't have any boost. Quaza, will he keep it up? They will. Still hasn't hit the ground. The player goes missing, and Buffalo will take the series in 3. Very dominant performance from them. Speaking of which, I think they did a really good job of forcing Atlas to be in really awkward scenarios. They really, really piled them on when they got in their half. Their third man, especially, I noticed, absolute just full sending it in some of those challenges, and it really caught them off guard. They kept putting him on their back foot, kept stealing their boost. There was that one play where they were all they saved the ball 2, 3, 4 times, but they were 0 boost collectively as a team for a solid 15 to 20 seconds. And when you're awkward with 0 boost, it's just a recipe for disaster. Even if you are a really veteran player and you know what you're doing, it's still just not a good spot to be in regardless.
Yeah, Buffalo played a very solid game there. They did what they needed to do there. Winnipeg not looking very strong, but we're going to be going on to some other matches here. We're going to be going on to the round 5 matches. They have not been decided yet. We still have some score lines to come through. Finally, the stream is a little bit ahead of some of the other ones. It's unfortunate when it goes to game 5 a lot. And
yeah, we've had a lot of game 5s around the brackets, haven't we?
Yeah, and of course we have to yap about the teams beforehand. The teams that are playing not on stream, it can just get things started. So it always gets delayed a little bit. But with this one ending right away, we will be getting into the next one fairly quickly. We'll see who we end up streaming on that one. But Ari, I think you're sticking around for the next one, right?
Yep.
All right. Well then, don't go anywhere. We got round 5 coming up. Last 3 teams will be eliminated in that one. We also have a game currently happening, Maulers versus Victory. One of those teams is also going to be eliminated here very shortly. But round 5, here we go.
you're one lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. God damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974. Takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it, you're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far, but at least you had fun. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie, they just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. God damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
Welcome back, everybody, to MCS. We have round 5 of Swiss. This is the round where we will have, aside from all the other rounds, this is round guaranteed. We're going to have 3 teams that are going to be eliminated from this major, and we're going to have 3 teams that are going to move on, that have a shot at qualifying for LAN. I am Ari, joined by Clash. We have Des Moines and Minneapolis here today. Clash, what do you think about these 2 teams?
I think these 2 teams are hot coming into this one. Miracles throughout the season have been playing very well, and Derecho in this major, they're kicking some butt, and they're looking really good. Obviously, Derecho, your squad, for anyone who's not aware, Ari is the GM of the Derecho, so I'm sure he's happy that we're casting this one, able to watch it. Kind of wish we were watching Bloomington for my sake, but that's all right. Going into this one, I think these are some really solid teams, and again, because of the position that Derecho is in, they have to win this to be able to stay in the season. If they get bottom 8, they're going to be out. Miracles, believe they still have a chance to make LAN if they don't, but to secure it, they gotta win. So we've had a long day today, lots of matches played. Swiss format is grueling. These teams who are in round 5, I mean, that's 5 best of 5 series. Lots of time. What do you think about Swiss, Ari?
I think that, well, Swiss, I do really like the way that Swiss is formatted. It really allows it. You really can't make any like excuses of, double elim or single elim. Swiss, you're playing a lot of different teams from a lot of different spots on the leaderboard. Anything can happen. It's all fair game. It's one of the most, I think, fair ways you can do an elimination bracket.
I agree.
And both these teams have stretched it as far as they possibly could, all the way to round 5. Miracles, I am a bit surprised that they're in round 5. I think that based off their team and the way that they've been playing and the way that some of the teams have seen them beat, especially with Ryuji, Blue, and Jax. Ryuji especially, I mean, we all know.
Such a solid player.
Yeah. But I think that my team, shocker, I'm going to predict them winning this. I would not be surprised if we see a game 4 or game 5. Hopefully, my team just sweeps Miracles so I can eat my chicken tenders, because I'm very, very hungry.
Yeah, my prediction, I think I gotta go the other way, unfortunately. Sorry, Ari. But this Miracle squad is very solid. They beat they beat Bloomington Maulers a couple weeks ago, and he looked really good while doing it. It was game 5, it was close, but Miracles, there's just such a solid team. Ryu on the back line, he's usually a very defensive player, is just unbreakable. It's so hard to beat this Miracles team when you're trying to press offense, because they just don't let a lot of goals through. So we're going to see what Derecho can do here as we're kicking this one off. Big match coming out in round 5. Winner is qualified, loser is eliminated.
Yeah, and one big thing too for Derecho, one thing they have going for them is they did get a sweep in the series before leading up to this one. So a lot of momentum, not a lot of downtime in between series, so they're going to keep some of that momentum here. Towards net goes the backboard to Connie. Not really having a lot of boost to contest Blue off a sidewall. A lot of space in the air, gets a flip reset to Connie, cutting that one off before it gets too crazy. Onto the sidewall, he does get touch out, but Ryuji is there to collect it. Gets another touch here to the sidewall. Symmetry, though, able to block it away. Blue touch down. That's towards net. Seer got bumped out, and Jax will strike first. Miracles first on the board here.
Definitely a bit of a goal steal there from Jax. Blue putting that one away. Jax getting the last little touch, but big bump coming out from Ryu there. The last defender had no chance. He wasn't in net anymore because Ryu decided that he didn't want him there. That's a big strike for Miracles.
Now there's a big opportunity off this kickoff, though. Takani is blocked by Jax, pinched out the sidewall. Symmetry, touch out. Connie getting bumped off. Blue, some space on this ball. Looks out in the corner. He doesn't have much boost himself. There's a big 50 out. Ryuji first on this one to the backboard. It's just off target. Takani gets up for it. Jax goes missing. Counterattack opportunity. Symmetry, not that much boost, though. Blue does get a touch, but he does get bumped off. Seer, big beat out to the corner. There's a bump. There's a shot, and Symmetry puts it away. Des Moines tied the game back up.
Right back the other way. Des Moines with another bump play. Seer able to fight that one through. Big bump on Jax. Jax might have had momentum to get to that one, but he had no chance once that player was in the way. Again, yeah, well matched from Derecho. 2 bump plays coming through, and we're tied up very quickly. This could be an opportunity.
Off the kickoff. Takani, a player went missing on the sidewall, and Takani stayed in the play. Good heads up play from him to keep ball cam on there, and yeah, Des Moines now all of a sudden are up in this game 1.
I thought even with the miss on the sidewall there, someone was going to be back in time, but just after the cam went down, saw how open that net was, and Rachel say thank you for that one and take the lead here. Symmetry up for a flip reset, able to get it past one, not past Ryu though. This is shot on target though. Seer bangs this one away.
I really like Symmetry under 1. As soon as he got into that player, it's so tough for Ryuji to even though it was off target, Ryuji has to make a touch there. He has 2 players staring him in the face, and Seer spaced well, far enough back, slots that in the top of the net, and all of a sudden a flurry of goals come out for Des Moines. And they're up 3-1 in this game. Maybe another one, but no, it's blocked away by Jax. Symmetry, pass out mid, but his teammate was demoed off the play. Now some neutral play, although there is some space allowed in the corner off that whiff. There's a player flying in. Seer gets the 50, but no goal for it. Still so much pressure right now that Des Moines have.
Yeah, and we talk about like people's standings. Derecho are definitely much lower in the standings, but if I'm not mistaken, all of your players did not start on the team, right? Yeah, the roster moves for all of them.
This is a completely new team, yeah.
On the other side, Miracles have a fully drafted team, no roster moves made on that side, and they're trying to strike back here. 1 goal diff.
1 goal difference. Still plenty of time for really anything to happen. This game could get out of hand either way. Off the kickoff, what happens? There's a demo coming through. Big clear out. Does it go over Ryuji? It does. Seer first on this one. Tries to get the pass mid Symmetry. Letting it go, but the player 0 boost. Decides not to pounce on it. Maybe could have been a bit more aggressive, but they do maintain pressure here. Symmetry last back, waiting patiently on that backboard. The sidewall. Sorry, Ryuji. Bit patient there. Blue required to jump for this ball. Pass out middle, but it's cut off by Symmetry. Jax up for this. Doesn't really get the touch that he wants. Maybe another pass middle, but no. Takani blocked away by Jax, and Blue first on this ball, and they get it into Des Moines' half. What can they do now?
I like the ideas that I'm seeing coming out from Miracles, but they're not being executed super well. They are trying to find each other in the midfield when it's not really the best opportunity, but obviously you want to be looking for those infield passes. That can be so dangerous, but if Miracles start finding those opportunities at the right times, that could be when they start to become deadly. But Takani wants nothing to do with that. He might be looking for an infield pass here. No, he's just looking for the shot. Blue just barely makes the save, keeping his team alive in this one. Ryu leaves it for Blue. Blue, no boost though. Takani, not going to make a hit, but oh my goodness, Symmetry almost finds his way through there. Ryu able to get a clear. Jax up for this one. Big clear out from him. Met well by Blue, but there's going to be a shot coming through. Oh, on target. It is going to be cleared out. Blue able to get that one out, and now Miracles finally collecting their backside, but now it's coming back the other way again. Blue, no boost. Takani gonna take some control here, trying to press this one forward. No boost from him now. There's so much sustained pressure right now in this half.
Yeah, and I think, oh, that's just a clear. They were caught out. Bar down and in from beyond the Hatfield line. Symmetry puts it away to give his team a 2-goal lead. And one thing I'm noticing super well from Des Moines is their spacing. They have their second man is forcing so well, so is their first. And their third is sitting just far enough back to deal with pretty much most of the clears, but also close enough to be able to turn in and keep pressure. And if third man can't go, usually second or first rotating back are more than comfortable cutting in. And it's allowing somebody to be on the ball almost at all times. And if the other team doesn't have that, which Miracles haven't as much of the game as Des Moines have, that pinch looks scary for a moment, but no one on the receiving end of that pass. There's a bump attempt coming through, but cleared away. Takani now, some space on this ball, but no boost. Bumped off, but Jax, he doesn't really have them as a shot, but it's easily saved by two. Two players on the Miracle side. Now to the backboard, it's dangerous. It drops down for Sear, and that might just be the dagger for this game one.
Very likely. 27 seconds isn't impossible, but probabilities are so low. Symmetry able to get that one down just barely. Sear able to punish that one away, and yeah, Derecho looking really good in this one. They're finding each other so well on the field.
Yeah, I've really liked what I've seen out of their positioning. I get really scared when I see teams send 2, sometimes 3 players, and especially in Rising Star, send people forward, bodies forward, and I see it cleared go down the other way, but there's always somebody back in a good spot with a good amount of boost, usually able to deal with it. Symmetry, that last man back right now, but it just gets around him for UG, just finds the perfect pass over to Jax, and they do get a consolation goal in this game one, but just not going to be enough for a comeback, unfortunately.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's 5 seconds, technically.
Perfect kickoff. Could allow it, but, 2 goals left, 5 seconds. That's not going to happen unless it doesn't happen. Ryu, not able to control it there. Another one actually almost goes away for Derecho. And yeah, they just played so well as a team. And as you were mentioning, they're sustaining offense so well, partially because they're playing the reserve third man on offense. And it sounds a little counterintuitive, but for anyone who doesn't play it Rocket League that much, but sometimes a third man that is willing to stay back and not press forward a ton can actually maintain the pressure a lot more than someone who's trying to press forward, press offense that much. Holding that midfield and not allowing them to press through can be so important, and that's what Derecho is doing so well that game.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. It does sound counterintuitive, but if you don't allow them to get out of their own half, you're going to be able to keep going on offense.
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you stay back, it allows your first man and your second man, if they want to ball chase more, if they want to demo chase more, they're allowed to be more aggressive. They don't have to rotate out right away because they know they have somebody back. And they're using each other really well. Their second man is supporting first man well, first man's forcing, third man knows where he has to be and is willing to sit back, play patient, play defense. And it's suffocating on both ends of the field. That structure works really well on defense and offense, and Miracles have looked a bit shaky sometimes, especially in that midfield area. I think the biggest thing is the midfield. It's just, there's been double commits, there's been times where people are 0 boost and all they can really do is kind of clear the ball away and boom it away as hard as they can just to allow themselves some breathing room. There's a fake in the midfield, but nothing coming of it. And yeah, in this game too, really do or die for Miracles, because trying to reverse sweep with all that's on the line right now is the last thing you want to have to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be watching some ball chasing scores as they come through, and game ones have also come through from the other 2 series. Omaha winning game 1 against Kansas City, and Rhythm beating Bloomington in game 1 as well. So, honestly, I would say upset game 1s, but plenty of series left to go through. That was a big chance coming through on the offensive side there for the Miracles there. But clear. On the other way, holy, that was a huge clear, as you said. Symmetry trying to maintain some offense. A little bit of a passing play coming through for Derecho. This one's going forward here. Symmetry going to be able to be first to that, but doesn't make contact. This could be a counterattack opportunity. Ryu over to Jax. Back to Ryu. Back to Jax. Goes forward here. Sear on the back line. had nothing to do with that passing play. Didn't want anything. And that one finds its way through. A little bit of a bump coming through. That would have been a clear if that bump didn't happen. But Ryu kind of just dives on it, and it works well.
Yeah, Takani wanted to flip that over Ryu, but he got Goomba'd on his goal line, not able to do much. And overall, just kind of low boost. Yeah, like you said, kind of caught in that counter attack. Just didn't really have any defensive structure. No one back yet. And Miracles are able to capitalize now on the counterattack off of the kickoff. Looking to equalize again. Miracles did have the 1-goal lead, I think, in game 1 as well. Right off the bat, they did open it up, but didn't last very long. Takani goes missing off of that Arise, sealing pitch back. Maybe tried to... I don't think that was Sinitry's intention to back pass that. Yeah, it looks like he wanted to hit that forward. Takani just kind of not expecting that pinch to go backwards. Ryuji. 0 boost makes a really good cut in. And executes well. That would have been a really big missed opportunity if they weren't able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a couple big mistakes coming out from Derecho. A couple minor mistakes can not lead to a goal, but when there's mistakes like that, that should lead to a goal every single time, and it did. Miracles, say thank you to Derecho for those. But they're not out of this one yet. They've looked good this series. Blue trying to get a big clear here, trying to hold on to some pressure now on offense. No one wanting to commit, though, as the third man. Ryu holding at the back line, what he does best. Ryu trying to get this one out. Blue in the midfield, takes control. Takani able to meet him. This one goes into the corner. Jack's going to be first to this one, just able to beat the defender. Ryu holding back a little bit. Jack's trying to get this one back forward. Is going to be able to get it to the corner. Ryu back to the middle. Sinitry. Big clear coming out from him. Yeah, that's one thing that we absolutely have to see from both these teams is that backboard defense. Sear, I believe it was Sear that time, had great presence there because both teams have the ability, for sure, to do something mechanical, to get those double taps through. And if it's not defended well, it's going to be going through. But that, well defended, and Miracles hold on to that lead.
Takani almost dribbled through the entirety of Miracles' defense, just didn't have any boost. Really do anything with this. Sinitry up in the air, gets to 50. Jax on his backline though, makes a really good save up. Ends up being a pass through Yuji over to Blue. Does get the catch and the flick. Sinitry though, big clear out. This has been a very common theme that Miracles have started adapting to. These big clears out from Des Moines. They're more ready and more prepared for him. Yuji, a lot of space on this ball. Pass back to Jax. Jax can't really find the pass or the shot over to anybody. Takani goes missing on that. That counterattack might end there, but Sinitry, good follow on that 50. Ryuji, clear out. Sear goes missing on that ball, allowing Blue some time on this, but that 50 not going the way that he wanted it to. Does hand right into Jack. Sinitry, though, first on this one. Big clear out, but Ryuji's more ready for it. Does have to use all of his boost to get to it. Sinitry now big clear out, just trying to pop it towards the net, create some pressure. Running out of time, they really need to find a goal soon to allow themselves enough time to find the second one. Maybe force overtime, but it's in their own half right now.
I feel like Miracles on most plays are trying infield passes, and some of the times it's working really well. Sometimes it's really deadly, but sometimes they're kind of forcing it through, and it's almost giving Rachel some opportunities there. Ryu trying to get a little bit of speed going on that one, doesn't get the speed he's looking for, but I feel like Miracles need to mix up what they're doing. Otherwise, they're going to get punished. That was a great play. Great placement from Derecho, getting that one off to the side, not trying to shoot it on target. He might have been trying to shoot it on target, I'm not sure. But he knew his teammate was following up anyway. Didn't matter. And Derecho now have a chance in this one.
Yeah, good pass. Ends up being a good shot even if you miss it, and that was an amazing pass from Sear, even if it wasn't intentional. And now, all of a sudden, Derecho have a lifeline in this game. Sear's shot goes wide. Blue didn't really have that much boost, neither did Ryuji. Could have been dangerous. Sinitry last back, has to get up for this one. He doesn't. Takani rushing back. Does get back in time to get this ball. Tries to control it up the wall. In the corner, air dribble attempt. Decides to go on the ground. Gets it past 2 players. Tries to get it past the third. Jax. Awkward touch. Gets the bump. Ryuji, good cut in to block that away. Just under 20 seconds now. Both teams scrambling on this ball. Just panic ensuing. There's a shot. Counterattack. Sinitry, though, rotates back in time to get this one out. Doesn't have enough boost to get to this ball. Jax towards the net again. Takani clear out, but it's met by 2 players. There's a bump, but Ryuji is there for his teammate now. 1 second left. The ball does not hit the ground in time, but it will eventually. Miracles take away game 1.
Yeah, Miracles looking a lot better in that one. They They were finally finding each other in the midfield and solid while doing it. Refreshing the ball chasing of these other games. KC bounces back in their game too. It is now 1-1. KC versus Omaha, and Rhythm extend the lead against Bloomington. 2-0 currently in favor of Rochester Rhythm against Bloomington Maulers. That's a big one. I mean, Bloomington coming in as the 1 seed. Rhythm have to win to be able to qualify, and they're pushing it.
Yeah, I think both these teams too. If Miracles fall in this round 5,
definitely get past. Yeah,
it's not over for them, but it's gonna be. You have to really be crossing your fingers, and you'd much rather it want to be in your hands than out of your hands, in terms of if you qualify or not. But Derecho, 1-goal game, and Derecho had their opportunities. They had their shots. They had their chances. I just think that some of their touches, some of their shots just weren't quite there. I think there's especially sometimes on defense where a certain clear, a certain pass just wasn't. They showed the quality in game 1. If they had the same level of quality of their touches in game 1 in game 2, I think that game 2 would have probably gone to overtime. But yeah, if Miracles keep up what they're doing, they did play a lot better in that game 1. It was a lot closer of a game 2. Both teams now kind of converging. That is not the way you want to start it now if you're Derecho, though. Big misplay on the kickoff, and Ryuji is going to take those every day of the week.
Sear just misflipping. Did not do what he wanted to do there. And yeah, free goal from Minneapolis. That is absolutely not the way you want to start for Derecho. Miracles will take that. They looked good in that last one, finding each other a lot. But Derecho, they have to figure out a way to come back. I feel like they're playing solid enough. They can't let things like that go through. Blue trying to get a bump there. That would have been a big bump coming out from him, but not to be. Ryu, big clear coming out from him, but only as far as Synergy. Synergy to Sear. Is there going to be another player there from Derecho? There is Takani, but only as far as Jax. Coming back the other way now. And yeah, it's kind of... I don't like saying back and forth because it's so stereotypical in Rocket League. It always is back and forth, but it kind of has been. It just... Both of these teams just kind of banging the ball back from one side to the other. Not as much control as I'd like to see, as Sinistry finally has some control. That could be a goal here. It is! Sinistry, the can opener for that play. Sear finishing off the job of the can, peeling off the lid, and getting that one through.
That was an amazing touch up to the ceiling. He got it over whoever was on that side wall. Gets another touch, stays behind it, gets the dunk, and it's just a really, really good shot for Sear. Let it out right in front of the net for him. And Derecho, they have been starting off every single game this series down a goal. And it so far has not been affecting them. In fact, they might actually take the lead here. Takani slotting it far post, right behind the defender and net. Jax just doesn't get the touch that he wants, not able to follow it up. Takani pouncing on that immediately and placing it well.
Yeah, beautiful placement there. And Sear going for a bump there. He didn't actually connect on the bump, but Blue had to avoid on the goal line, and it made him so awkward. The placement there just was unstoppable. Someone has a funny engine noise, and it's messing with me. It's like some sort of train, and I don't like it. But yeah, darn Takani with the engine noise. But Blue ends up finding this one through. I think it almost worked as a fake that he didn't reach it, but that should not have found its way through. Sear was there in time. Oh.
Just didn't look like he had that much boost. I'm not sure.
He just grabbed the corner. He had full.
He had full. Yeah, that's. And in the other corner too, Takani and Sinistry, they were both actually zero boost, and they both kind of got stacked on top of each other. There wasn't that much zone coverage. That was really scary for Des Moines there. Just got to be thanking their lucky stars that did not find its way through in the net. Otherwise, they would be facing a deficit again. But 3 minutes still left to play, and already full 4 goals have been scored this game. Very high scoring so far, and it looks to continue to be that way. Both teams still have had some pretty good chances. Ryuji towards net, but it lands right in the hands of Seer. There's a counterattack. That's a good pass downfield, but Blue gets back in time with 0 boost, makes the save. Still not out of their half yet. Seer towards the backboard. Double tap attempt, leaves it for his teammate and gets the demo, but it is saved again. Miracles holding up much better on their backline now. Fully ready for what Des Moines have to throw at them.
Couple more games coming through on the other side. KC extending, getting the lead now, 2-1 in their series against Omaha. And Bloomington not done yet. They have find their game 3. They are trying to reverse sweep the Rhythm. Rhythm again need to win this one to be able to qualify, but both of these teams really do too. Miracles have a chance without it, but very low chance. And Derecho have to, no matter what, get this victory. Every team here fighting for something. Oh my goodness, that almost finds its way through. Ryu tries to get on the way. That is on target. Jax, great angle from him.
Just clutter on the backline for Des Moines. There's a bump coming through. Takani tries to go on the backboard to get there in time, but he can't. Seer doesn't have any boost. Inichi's out of the play getting boost, and hole wide open for that shot. Not an easy one to take, but he takes it well. Just under the crossbar. We still have 2 whole minutes left of this game left to play, Ryuji. And neither of these two teams look like they're done scoring. It is Miracles right back in the half of Des Moines, but there's a huge pinch out. There's a demo, maybe a shot, but it's tapped up. No one has any boost to get on this. Seer, there's no mid boost for him. And just like that, the attack fizzles out, but maybe a counterattack here. No. Sinistry goes missing. Seer flying high does get the 50 on it. Takani low boost. Does get the bump. Sinistry has absolutely nothing. That's dangerous. It goes off to Fuyuji. Reads the post bounce and double taps it. Extending the lead to 2.
Great shot from Ryuji. I'm not sure if he was intending to double tap it from the start, but he followed it up very well and extending that lead. Derecho again, not super uncomfortable playing from behind, but this time not a lot of time left in clock. Only a minute 40. It's enough time to come back, but it's definitely not comfortable. Blue trying to get this one clear. Oh, it doesn't really make it as far as he wants to. Sinistry going to be going for this one. Beats Jax. Jax has nothing. Worked as a force though. Chikani, big 50 coming out, and Jax now coming the other way. This could be a double tap. Is he going to hit it again? Not quite. Almost makes it through. Ryu going to be able to steal some boost there. That's something that we haven't really talked about a whole lot, is the boost steals. I think Minneapolis, when they're on offense, they're doing really good at boost starving Derecho, making them uncomfortable and maintaining that offense in that way.
Sinistry, another big beat. He's been the spark plug right now for this team. So many attacks and counter attacks are coming off of just his quick follow-ups on his touches. Here's trying to pass himself off the corner. Both players goes missing. Takani, last back, decides to go. Does get a 50 off of it. Buys the team some time. That touch lands right in the hands of Ryuji. Good zone coverage to play wide there. Ryuji towards net. That's high. Seer knows it is. Waits on this back line. Does get the 50 out. Sinistry rushing to get this ball away from Ryuji and doesn't really have that much boost, so tries to play it out mid for a teammate. Takani is there. The shot is there, but the save equal to meet it. Jax, I have no idea how he read where he was shooting that one. That's an amazing save. And it keeps his team's lead in this game to 2 goals. Just under 20 seconds now. Des Moines would have really liked to have that one to try to widen this one, but they have to work with what they have. That's a scary touch on the goal line. Trying to bait in a commit, but it ends up not working out for him. Seer full diving on this one. Takani, huge clear out. But it's in the corner. Not much they can do in this position. All 3 players in Des Moines are super close up on attack. They do get one for the road. Good momentum goal going into game 4, and they're going to need it because right now match point falls to the Miracles.
Yeah, they're maintaining that momentum so well. But again, yeah, they find one away, and Miracles can probably just shrug that off. But maybe that's just the spark that Derecho need. They'd have to find something here, as both teams fighting for their lives here, fighting for their lives in the Major 2, but also fighting for their lives at LAN. This is what teams are fighting for, that LAN spot, to play in person, in front of a crowd. It's absolutely huge. Derecho have to win. Miracles likely have to win. And both teams are really struggling here. Derecho, they're down now in the series, but maybe they have that spark. Maybe they have that spark to come back already.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me because games 2 and 3 were 1-goal games. Oh, yeah. And I mean, especially this one, it was a 1-goal game. And there was a goal right off the bat, 2 seconds in? where there's just a backflip on a kickoff.
Yep.
And Ryuji puts it.
That's different.
They get a free goal off of it. Derecho also have a considerable amount more shots than I think it actually might be even. Hold on. I need to do quick math. Oh, I can't do it fast enough. I think they were within around 2 or 3 shots of each other. So pretty equal actually. Equal with the shot distribution for the team. Ryuji having 7. Really big key player for them.
So well.
I think Des Moines I don't know if they're aware of how open the net is for Miracles on some of their clears. A lot of times I see their clears, they're hitting it across into a corner, into a sidewall. Sometimes, especially with the way that Miracles are trying to pass it, sometimes they leave their net open for some of those clears. And I want to see them try to take a shot, or at least get close to the net-ish with some of their clears, because I think that could be a lot more beneficial than some of their other touches. But other than that, I mean, when the games are this close, sometimes it just comes down to the execution. They had their chances. Some of it was just the amazing saves that Miracles are making. Some of those shots being saved were just beyond me. Some of them look like a share goal, and then all of a sudden someone comes out of nowhere, makes an insane goal line save. But off the bat in this game, 4, Sear falls from the ceiling, makes the save, keeps it 0-0. Des Moines are going to do everything in their power to make sure that this goes to game 5, and that save is proof of that.
Yeah, speaking of amazing saves, that was an amazing one coming up from Sear. We were talking about them from the Miracles, amazing saves, but that one from the Derecho, yeah, they have to keep themselves in it, and that's how they have to do it. That's how they have to do it. Sear, off his own back wall, going to try to get this one back out. Met in the midfield by Ryu. Good control touch down to Jax. He's going to try to get this one back middle. Is going to be able to. Blue, it kind of works as a fake. Almost finds his way through as Ryu tries to get through there. Symmetry. Back to the middle. It unfortunately takes a sidewall bounce. If that bounced middle, that could have been a dangerous bounce. But Takani trying to find his way through there middle. Oh, this could be a counterattack now. No one's back yet. Can he get it through the net? He can. What happened on the side of the Derecho here? Why was no one back?
Takani, not Takani. Sinatry was last back. I think he thought he had a beat there on that pass. It looked like a good pass, but just was too far away from him to get there. He fully committed to it, and it goes flying back to Des Moines' half, and they get a free counterattack goal off of it, but they do have more pressure here. Sear full diving on that. Sinistry, though, covering for him, does get back in time. More pressure now coming up from the Miracle. Sinistry collecting this ball. Touch up to the walls. Takani trying to leave someone out for Sear. Sear is first one on this. Goes to the back where Blue goes missing. Sinistry has an open net, and he takes it well. Des Moines, again, they have not started a single game this entire series out with a lead. But despite that, they have been able to time and time again claw their way back into this series, into this game, and make it a tied game or get a lead at some point. And I don't like watching that as a GM. I don't like my seeing team go down first every single game. But you know, if they're remaining close, they're doing well for the most part. There's a big opportunity, but it's saved away by Sear.
Yeah, I feel like it's right now. It's a game of there's not huge mistakes coming out, which is good, but there are plentiful small ones coming out from these teams, and now it's just a game on who can punish those mistakes better, who can sniff out when the player is going to miss just barely, and who is ready to pounce on it. Because both teams, I'm sure there's plenty of nerves coming out from both of them, because again, season's on the line, especially for Derecho, and you just have to you have to hit the touches that you're going for. Like that one, Blue goes missing. That could be a chance from Derecho. No one ready to hit the shot though. That's gonna be another mistake coming from Sear. He commits as third man. Did not realize that his teammate wasn't gonna make the hit. Beat as third man. Oh man, Miracles capitalized on that one, and Blue just walks the dog in.
I saw as soon as the way Blue flipped at that and that his teammate went missing, Sear was beat. Sear did not know that he was beat. Probably couldn't see from his teammate being in front of him, but I could see it from Blue's POV. Blue had Sear beat there, and that's another goal where Derecho just get their third man just get too excited at an opportunity. They full dive at it, and it's a free goal for Miracles. Almost the exact same scenario as the first goal of this game. They do try to find a way out of their own half here, and they're gonna need to. The time is not on their side. A minute and a half left. Still not completely out of the cards yet. Seer low boost, able to make the save for Yuji towards the side wall. Out to the ceiling, trying to find a teammate. They go missing. Symmetry goes missing as well. Seer, big beat, tries to get a pass over to Symmetry, but no, it's cut away by Jax. Jax over to Ryuji. Ryuji back over to Jax, maybe tries to leave it. But Takani will be first. Blue knows this. Good catch out. Seer does get the touch, though. Takani turning in on this, trying to pressure it, but no. Derecho still have not really broken out of their half yet, and a minute left in this game.
Man, there's so much going on right now on the back line. Seer, that was such a huge save. He had no boost left, but he positioned perfectly, read it perfectly, keeps his team in it. And now, Derecho on the offensive side here. Blue doesn't get the touch he quite wants to the middle. First Seer. Seer doesn't have enough boost, though. If he had any boost there, that could have been a dangerous attack. Blue, though, going the other way, just trying to get a little bit of control touch. Akani not able to keep it close to his car, unfortunately. That could be dangerous now coming the other way, but Ryu just going to control it here. Oh, he tries to control it. That was an opportunity, but Seer didn't expect it. You can't expect that one. Ryu had the position the whole way, but that's one he's going to be wanting back. Now, Ryu coming on the other way, going to get this one middle. Jax up for this one. Doesn't make contact. Seer only as far as Blue, back the other way. Blue, gonna try to make a double tap, not quite. Symmetry leaves it for Seer. This is very awkward now from Derecho. They're very low boost, just spawned on top of each other. Derecho, last chance, all of them coming from that side, no boost. Sentry finally picks up a mid, gonna be getting that one mid. Ryu, able to get the clear there. This one about to hit the ground, and it is over. Miracles take this one, but Derecho had such a good fight.
Yeah, they had that look off of Ryuji awkward on that backline. I just wish Seer didn't jump so early for it. Maybe waited to see where Ryuji's touch was going first, but I understand you want to pressure Ryuji, you're running out of time. You want to try to get a dunk, and he just goes missing. Goes right back into his car, and yeah, that was the opportunity that would have definitely tied up the game.
Absolutely huge.
Who knows what happened from there with momentum, but Derecho putting up a good fight in their major. Their season will be over, though. And going all the way to round 5 of Swiss, just can't quite get the job done. And Miracles, though, I will say they're deep, especially in that game 3. That some of those saves were just ridiculous.
Oh man, yeah, it was absolutely crazy. That Minneapolis backline is so hard to break. Derecho was able to find some mistakes to punish and get through sometimes, but when Miracles were playing solid, Derecho really didn't have that many opportunities. They found some with the mistakes, but they weren't enough for the Derecho there. And Miracles qualifying there, they will be at LAN with that win, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how they wouldn't make it with the points they would get from that, but looking at some of the other series that are going on, Bloomington falls to the Rhythm. Rhythm take it in 4, and we're in game 5 now for AC versus Omaha. Absolutely huge match there, but Rhythm, that's a big upset there. Rhythm taking down Bloomington.
Yeah, and I mean, Rhythm are going to love that, though. That really, really helps their hopes.
Huge.
For keeping their season alive. And yeah, even if Des Moines did win that game, they would be having to fight the fact that we had Bemidji, who's a 13th seed, qualify in, the fact that we had Duluth, who's a 12th seed, qualify in, and Rhythm now go in. That means that Des Moines would have to get second, I'm pretty sure, to be able to... Yeah, they would have to get second place in order to qualify for LAN. So...
Wow.
Even if Des Moines did win that series against Minneapolis, it would have been really tough for them to qualify for LAN. I still think they would have had it in them, me personally, but... You know... We weren't dealt a good hand regardless of if we made it through. But yeah, credit to Miracles. Some of those saves were just, I have no idea how they stopped some of those shots, but just got word KC lost to Omaha.
Wow.
In game 5. Omaha as the 7th seed make it through onto that's another team we didn't want to win in Swiss if we were gonna try to qualify for LAN. But Omaha make it through, And
Wow.
yeah, so for our Rising Star bracket, we're gonna see you guys next week, Thursday, by the way. Tomorrow is Challenger Swiss.
Yep.
Me and Ryuji will not be casting, we will actually be playing in that, but
Clash, man. Come on.
yeah. Ryuji, any final thoughts on any of the games that you've seen today?
I know I'm the Bloomington Mall's GM, and I know
I said Ryuji.
was last time. You called me that like 3 times in a row now. I was
cry.
curious. It's all good. No, Ryuji.
I'm so used.
It is all good. Ryu is so good, and he was able to qualify there for land with that win. So, final thoughts. Yeah, the Challenger coming up next week is not next week, tomorrow. I don't know what I'm talking about. Challenger coming up tomorrow is gonna be huge. But going back to the bracket that we had today, so many games played, so many teams qualified, and so many teams eliminated with all these matches. And yeah, some big upsets here with 1 and 3 seeds eliminated. All right, 1 and 4 seeds eliminated. Bloomington and Outlaws are out. Fargo out. Victory out as the 8 and 9 seed. That gives some opportunities for some teams to jump up. Like the Rhythm, I believe they were in 10th. I would be shocked if that doesn't jump them in front of Steelhawks and Victory, because they were in the 8th and 9th. So I think, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure with that, Rhythm are going to be at LAN. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but
hold on.
That's a huge win for them, and them and Lumberjacks are the ones that really need this. I think Lumberjacks might have a little bit more work to do. I could be wrong again. I'm not looking at scenarios, but Rhythm and Lumberjacks are fighting for that land spot, and they might have made it.
Eyes them. Right now, they are tied with Steelhawks for points. If they don't win anything tomorrow, unless I'm looking at this wrong, because you have okay. So 12 through 14 is 5, 10. 5th through 8th is 20. So they made top 8. They didn't. They get 10 more points. They actually hold on. You might be right. I think Rhythm did just qualify for land.
The Steelhawks went out earlier.
Right. Yeah. They went out. No. Yeah. They went out round 4. Yeah. Okay. So Rhythm did just qualify for land.
Yeah.
Rhythm did just qualify for land.
That's crazy.
You are correct.
Congratulations to the Rhythm. You will be at LAN. Bimidji still has some work to do. They are tied in points with Steelhawks. They jumped 15 points over on the Steelhawks. So that one's going to be tied up with them. But they also have to beat another team. So Bemidji's definitely still has some work to do here. And yeah, as we now move on to tomorrow's bracket with challenger teams, there's one correction that would be made here, because Victory did win against Atlas.
We would be playing each other. Victory
are going to jump into the 7th seed. So it'll be Maulers versus Victory.
We're playing Minneapolis.
And you're playing Minneapolis. Atlas stay in the same spot. So the rest, it's only those bottom 2 matches that change. It'll be Maulers Victory and Miracles Derecho. But everything else is going to be the same. 8th seed is going to be Miracles versus Derecho. That is what the streamed match will be first tomorrow. But we're about to have another long day tomorrow. I don't want to hold this up too long. We will have premiere as well in the following day, Saturday. We got some good matches here. This one is a lock. First match on stream will be Lumberjacks versus Victory. What's something crazy, Stewie, talking to that? Oh man, that's huge. The Derecho are hot.
I still wanna take credit for at the same time of getting rid of the competition in Challenger, which was not the intention with that move to make Divine go to Premier. I genuinely think that he is a good enough. I mean, I can say that now because it's pretty obvious. But at the time, I was not ever questioning whether or not he was good enough to be in Premier. He definitely was, and I wanted to give him a chance, also because I needed to. And He has proven me very right. I'm very happy with what he's been playing. I'm very happy with the subs. T-Jack subbed in Premier a couple times. I think he's won us at least one series. So that was huge. I think this last week the doubleheader before the last week of regular season, I think he won us a series. So that was really huge. So yeah, our Premier team, really good chance to qualify for LAN as well because of the points for the standings in Premier. 8th is 50 and 12th is 35. All right.
Yep.
That's a tough jump for like any team really. Even 10th. Like if you're below top 8, you have to unless you're Brainerd, you have to place above one of the teams in the top 8 in the major to qualify. So really tight margins for Premier. Challenger as well. Most of the teams between like 3rd and 12th are within 15 points of each other. The entire league.
The leagues are all close.
The entire league is super close knit in points. Like you have 13 teams basically trying to contend for LAN. You have 13 teams that have
it will be
Miracles to Rachel.
Miracles to Rachel tomorrow. Oh, good.
Yeah,
yeah,
you have Challenger who has 11 teams trying to really 11 because top 2 are pretty separated, but you have around 11 teams that could very easily qualify for LAN with a good spot in the Swiss, and all of them have taken games off of each other. We swept Steelhawks. Steelhawks have beaten some higher seeded teams, some lower seeded teams. Like it's very very tight knit in Challenger. This is the closest season I've competed in terms of points and whatnot. Yeah. But yeah, that's every single match in that Swiss stage is gonna have so many implications for Challenger. All of the teams that you see in the top 8 right now for Challenger, 6 of them probably like over half could not even qualify for LAN, depending on how Swiss goes.
Yeah, if things fall into place right, it's that close. First and second, though I don't think it's technically a lock for either one of them. It's extremely likely. If not, it might already be a lock. I'm not sure. But past that, 3rd through like you said, 13th probably, they are really fighting for it. Points are very close. Even the bottom teams, if they can really get some momentum going and get that 1st or 2nd place kind of finish, they have a chance. None of them have very low points. Challenger has 20 points minimum, so lots of points going on, and every league is so close. Sorry.
Yeah, and again, tomorrow, we don't have any more matches today, obviously. Tomorrow is that Challenger Swiss stage. Again, so many implications for it. You're really not going to want to miss it. I do hope you guys stick around. If you find this entertaining, wait till you watch Challenger and Premier Swiss. That's going to be a doozy. And without anything much left to say, I have been Ari, joined by Clash. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys tomorrow for Challenger Major 2 Swiss.
Hero in the streets, damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive, how will I survive? Life's a battlefield, 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. But at least you had fun. People tell you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lot. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be, wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie, what a time to be alive, how will I survive? Life's a battlefield, 1974.